Chapter 265. Xiao Han was once again teleported to the 429th floor of the Wuxia Tower and entered the 10X room of spirit numbered 765. Wu Li gave Xiao Han millions of contribution points so that he could continue to cultivate in the 10X room of spirit and make the final preparations for the Wuxia ranking competition in 5 days. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock, allowing the strings of runes to baptize his mind, making it crystal clear, smooth, and flawless. A ball of blazing light seeped out of Xiao Han's mind, forming a halo that shone through the ages. In this state, Xiao Han seemed to have suddenly gained great wisdom, great determination, and could conquer his inner demons. His entire body would not have any distracting thoughts, and he had a deeper understanding of the cultivation of various martial arts techniques. He broke through all obstacles and made breakthroughs, advancing triumphantly. Because he did not have enough accumulation, Xiao Han did not break through the 51st acupoint. He only refined his saber intent and continued to study and comprehend the broken emotion form and broken desire form of the 7-fragment saber technique. Joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of the 7 emotions as well as the eyes, ears, nose and tongue of the 6 desires have all been broken. Now only love, desire, and evil of the 7 emotions as well as the body and mind of the 6 desires have not been broken. I'll make the best use of my time to cultivate. Once I break through the 7 emotions and 6 desires, my saber will be flawless, and the saber will dominate the world, destroying all 6 paths. I can produce a natal saber chi in my body and achieve great success in saber intent. The saber intent at the great success stage can easily kill people of a higher level. If I have this trump card, then I will have enough foundation to challenge those experienced Wuxia in the Wuxia ranking competition in 5 days. Soon, Xiao Han abandoned all distracting thoughts and entered a state of cultivation where he forgot himself. Wuxia domain. In a tranquil valley that looked like a paradise. Under the waterfall, next to the maple forest, on a dry stone in the rapid torrent, a man in black stood proudly like a lone crane. His clothes were as black as night. This person's expression was lonely and depressed. His body did not emit any sharp true chi waves, but there was a boundless murderous aura everywhere. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his face was chiseled. This was the face of a middle-aged man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. It was as if all the ups and downs of the world were carved on this face. His high cheekbones made him look extremely cold. His eyes were long and narrow and his eyes were completely white. They were like ice stones as if they had already been frozen. The torrent hit the rock he was standing on, water droplets splashed everywhere. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, the maple leaves in all directions made a rustling sound. His sleeves also fluttered in the wind. Between heaven and earth, everything seemed to be in a state of rhythm. However, he did not move. There was no movement. Shwa shwa shwa, the maple leaves that filled the sky drifted down, lingering on the black-clad man's head and surroundings like snowflakes. Shockingly, in the black-clothed man's lifeless eyes, there was actually a flash of light that was as sharp as lightning. The devastatingly beautiful sword intent radiated out in an instant. It was a sword cultivator. In an instant, the air around the black-clothed man cracked and disintegrated inch by inch. With his body as the center, a sharp sword aura soared into the sky. It was like a heavenly sword, towering and towering, causing thousands of swords to submit. An extremely dangerous aura was emitted. In the next moment, poo 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 poo, every inch of the black-clothed man's pores continuously emitted a strong sword intent. These sword intents gathered together and shot out in all directions, causing him to suddenly stab out a total of 1,000 swords. In a breath's time he slashed out a total of 1,000 swords. Each sword was faster than the previous one. Each sword was sharper than the previous one. The sword gave off a thunderous sound. Each sword contained the profoundness of swordsmanship, and each sword contained the principle of swordsmanship. The 2 words sword dao were vividly and incisively explained, and it was impeccable. Puchi, the maple leaves that filled the sky were all crushed into powder. Hoo, the stream broke apart and was cut into hundreds of pieces. It could not gather again for a moment. Clap, 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 the sound of hands clapping was heard. A woman's voice, like the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers, rang out. The 1,000-sword gentleman, ranked 1,788th on the Devilman ranking list, is indeed a godly swordsman. 1,000 swords with a single thought, killing people and ghosts. Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect that a proud and aloof person like you could not help but be tempted to compete for the 1,650th place on the Devilman ranking list. I originally thought that you would wait until this 10 years holy war to compete for a ranking. I didn't expect that you could not hold back your loneliness now. With a competitor like you, Weining really has a headache. All of a sudden, the maple forest was shrouded in a thick mist. The mist lingered in the air, and the air was filled with moisture. Powerful waves of true energy began to spread. Not long after, the sound of gurgling water could be heard in the misty rain. A tall and slender woman's hazy silhouette slowly walked over like a fairy walking on the waves. Pooh! Suddenly, the stream under the black-clothed man's feet was suddenly drained and condensed into a huge water lotus in the air. Then, the water lotus exploded and broke into many small water lotuses, extending straight to the feet of the hazy woman. The woman stepped on the water lotuses and walked into the air. The woman was wearing a plain long gown. Her face was out of this world, and she had a graceful and luxurious temperament. Oh! Lu Weining, ranked 1777th on the Devilman ranking list. A strange expression flashed across the black-clothed man's pale eyes. Lu Weining, it seems that your holy water incantation has reached perfection. No wonder you also came to compete for this position. However, this time I am determined to win. Ah, such a strong determination. Thousand Swords gentlemen, judging from the lingering sword intent here, you may have touched the threshold of the sword intent of the Deshang stage. No wonder your whole body exudes an unparalleled belief of victory. However, Weining wants to remind you that this time, in addition to the Devilman ranking list ranked within 2000, there is also a great master who used to be ranked within 1500. He retired for a period of time, and now he is back in Jianghu to fight for a position on the Devilman ranking list. It is no small matter. Thousand Swords gentlemen, do you have the confidence to deal with this kind of person? It doesn't matter. I am a sword cultivator and I have comprehended the supreme sword intent. I can fight regardless of my level. No matter who the opponent is, I will defeat him with one sword. Ah, there is also the great Sun Emperor. He has been in seclusion for several months. Now that he has come out, he is in a turbulent situation. Do you have the confidence to defeat him? Defeat him with one sword. There is also the young man Xiao Han who has been in the limelight recently. He killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. His adventures can be said to be heaven-defying. Little rookie, nothing to worry about. Defeat him with one sword. Devilman region. In a continuous mountain range. On the main peak of this mountain range there was a castle full of demonic aura. The gate of the castle was open, and a throne was revealed. On this throne a young man sat lazily. He was extremely handsome with a high nose bridge, but his eyes were dark green, which made him have an exotic temperament and showed even more evil charm. He was wearing a red robe and a crown on his head. His attire made him look like the crown prince of some empire in the secular world. This young man's body aura was extremely strong, and his whole body emitted a terrifying sound that sounded like thunder. Under the throne he was sitting on, there were 81 young girls wrapped in light gauze. These girls were all coquettish and they were all natural beauties. However, the tips of their eyebrows and the corners of their eyes rippled with a kind of seductive look. They all stared at this young man with their big watery eyes. 7 Knights Demon Lord, this time you are going to participate in the Devilman ranking list challenge. You will definitely be able to defeat all the heroes and get that ranking. Some of the girls said coquettishly, trying to please him. Ah, of course. In the Devilman domain, there are many Devilmen who cultivate demonic techniques, but few of them can reach the level of me, the 7 Knights Demon Lord. Ha ha ha, a month ago, this young master's 7 Knights Great Devil art was finally perfected. It just so happens that this time's ranking challenge competition happened. Who knows, this young master will have to display his prowess this time and push my ranking of 1700 even higher. Ah. Of course, the ranking is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I can establish my prestige through this competition. To let the higher-ups know that the demonic technique is not weak. Ah. As the rampant laughter resounded through the world, suddenly, a black river of demonic aura appeared above the castle, and the waves were rolling. Suddenly, a demonic hand covered with black scales stretched out from the demonic river, emitting an evil aura. It was like an ancient demonic lord, covering the sky and the sun, and the true chi went berserk. This demonic hand gently grabbed and the 5 fingers vibrated. Suddenly, the airflow within 100 miles was all blocked, and the air was also imprisoned. In fact, even the space crystal wall seemed to have been clawed to pieces, leaving behind a palm print. Devilman domain. A tall and imposing giant man was walking on a boundless plain. There was a towering mountain on top of this giant man's head. This mountain emitted an incomparably heavy pressure, and its domineering aura was rampant. Suddenly, the giant man opened his mouth and rays of divine light shot out, lingering around the giant mountain, causing it to shrink in an instant, and finally turned into a ball of light, which was swallowed by the giant man. He could actually swallow a mountain in one gulp. This was unbelievable. Ah! I, Xiong Baishan, am a man of indomitable spirit. In this year's ranking challenge competition, I must obtain a ranking of 1650. Ah! I'm a man. Of course, I must strive to be first. The giant man laughed wildly, and his laughter was so loud that the ground seemed to be shaking, as if there was an earthquake. Devilman Tower. The top floor. There were a total of 12 blazing spirit storms, like 12 scorching suns that shone for eternity. The light beams were shocking, and the runes were floating, lingering around a godlike spirit storm in the middle. The huge spirit storm in the middle was rolling with the aura of immortality. These 13 spirit storms were the top floor of the Devilman Tower. They were the most mysterious and powerful group of giants among the human race in this world. They were the Tower Master of the Devilman Tower and the members of the Elders Guild. Tower Master, we ordered Mu Zishi, who has retired for thousands of years, to pass on our message to Xiaohan. This will not arouse any suspicion. Now, Mu Zishi has reported that young Xiaohan has agreed to participate in this year's ranking challenge. Well, Xiaohan is really brave and he dares to fight and he will not have stage fright. Sai, it's really a pity. A genius like Xiaohan is hard to come by. If it wasn't for the mysterious demon clan's origin energy in his heart, which may bring a catastrophe to our human race, he would really be a talent worthy of our focus. Sai, what a pity. That's enough, saying these things now won't help the situation. The Pagoda Master's supreme and imperious voice could be heard. A total of 15 unruly senior Devilman have arrived at the Devilman Tower, or are on their way to the Devilman Tower. These people will be young Xiaohan's opponents this time, fighting for the 1650th rank. Yes, Tower Master. Among the 15 opponents of Xiaohan, the strongest was Ying Zhantian, who was ranked 1458th on the Devilman ranking 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Ying Zhantian was injured by the mutated Demon Emperor and was forced to give up his ranking. After 20 years of dormancy, he made a comeback this time and wanted to regain the glory that once belonged to him. Ying Zhantian had always been ambitious. He had already reached the Talisman Transformation realm 20 years ago. He was full of ambition and would become the most popular candidate for the ranking challenge. He wondered if Xiaohan would be able to defeat Ying Zhantian, get the 1650th place. Pagoda Master, Xiaohan shouldn't be able to actively trigger the demon clan's origin energy in his heart right now. He's competing with so many veteran heroes with outstanding battle records and unparalleled achievements. Among them, there's no lack of ruthless people like Ying Zhantian. On the surface, Xiaohan has no chance of winning. The Pagoda Master's voice sounded again. It's fine. Based on Xiaohan's temperament, if he were to lose the ranking challenge, it would cast a shadow over his heart. It might even give birth to inner demons. If that was the case, his future cultivation would be stagnant. If Xiaohan's own cultivation base couldn't increase and he couldn't become stronger, then the demonic clan's origin energy in his heart wouldn't be able to possess him. If that's the case, we won't have to suppress Xiaohan anymore. We can just let him live and die on his own. Of course, this will make a genius depressed, but it's better than being sentenced to death, right? Yes, Pagoda Master. Xiaohan's path of growth has been smooth sailing. From the time he participated in the Hex Hero trial to the time he hunted the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, it was more daunting than dangerous. It can be said that once such a person suffers a setback or a blow, it will be difficult for him to get over it. He might even be depressed and give up on himself. It seems that there won't be any deaths in the Hex Hero ranking challenge this time, but it has already forced Xiaohan to a dead end. The path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't move forward, you'll fall behind. Huh? The Pagoda Master pondered for a moment and continued. If Xiaohan succeeds in breaking through and defeating the other 15 strong competitors, it'll be enough to show that he's a deity who descended from the heavens and has great luck. He might be able to achieve great things in the future. The stronger he is, the more dangerous he will be. Therefore, if he gets this ranking, we can only act according to our original plan. Let Xiaohan go to the demon capital and assassinate the great traitor of the human race, Yan Lang. Regardless of whether he succeeds or fails, it'll be beneficial to the human race. The pagoda master is far-sighted and has taken every possibility into account. If Xiao Han really kills the great traitor Yan Lang, there will no longer be such a powerful medicine refiner in this world to help the demon race refine all kinds of treasured medicines. This will be a fatal blow to the demon race. If Xiao Han fails, he will definitely be killed by the demon race, which will also eliminate a source of trouble. Moreover, the most optimistic outcome is that when Xiao Han fights with the demon race, his chest will explode, and the demon origin energy in his heart will burst out and devour the demon race on a large scale, causing countless deaths and injuries of the demon race in the demon capital. Oh, it's unlikely that Xiao Han will succeed in assassinating Yan Lang. The demon capital is heavily guarded. It's the nest of the demon race. Even if Xiao Han can successfully sneak into the demon capital, it will be difficult for him to get close to Yan Lang. The demon race will not allow anything to happen to Yan Lang. They will definitely strictly protect him and will not let any stranger from the human race or the demon race get close to him. No matter what, we feel guilty for scheming against Xiao Han like this. There's no need to say more. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame the demon origin energy in Xiao Han's heart. We can't play around with the safety of the entire human race, right? That's fate. Xiao Han's fate is not good. Pagoda Master, this year's Devil Hero Ranking Challenge will be held on the Giant Whale Island, in 2 days. We will send an ancient tycoon on the Devil Hero Ranking to host the competition. Pagoda Master, don't worry. There won't be any mistakes. Good. However, speaking of which, I'm also very conflicted. On one hand, I hope that Xiao Han can defeat all the heroes and successfully get this ranking. On the other hand, I hope that Xiao Han will lose and be an ordinary devil hero in the future. Xiao Han's fate is in his own hands. Let's just wait and see. On the 429th floor of the Devil Hero Tower, room 765, 10 times Room of Spirit. Xiao Han's saber aura was rolling like a long river. Xiao Han had been in seclusion for a full 4 days and 4 nights. In these 4 days and 4 nights, Xiao Han forgot to eat and sleep. He focused on the Tao of Saber. He had no one and no self, but he actually improved at lightning speed. He had also shattered the love and desire of the 7 emotions and the body of the 6 desires. Now Xiao Han was only left with the evil of the 7 emotions and the intent of the 6 desires. They had not been successfully shattered. Once evil and intent were shattered, Xiao Han would directly comprehend the saber intent of the Great Accomplishment stage. His battle strength soared. Chapter 266. Xiao Han cultivated his saber intent in the 10 times Room of Intellect, almost in a state of no one and no me. In terms of cultivating saber intent, Xiao Han was unique and had traces to follow. It could even be said that Xiao Han cultivated according to the map, unlike other sabersmen who could not find a way out and could only rely on sudden inspiration to capture the ethereal saber intent. Poof! In the surging saber aura that lingered around Xiao Han's body, there was a sound of breaking. The evil of the 7 emotions was finally broken. In other words, so far Xiao Han had successfully broken the 7 emotions, leaving only the intent of the 6 desires. Once the intent of the 6 desires was broken, Xiao Han's saber intent would be complete, and his body would produce his natal saber aura, which meant that Xiao Han had officially entered the Great Accomplishment saber intent and would become an outstanding sabersman in the world. But at this time Xiao Han's entire body was filled with a feeling of being drained and hollowed out. Even in the 10 times Room of Intellect, he appeared to be in a trance and tired state. He even felt a little dizzy. For the past 4 days, I have been in seclusion to comprehend the saber intent. Now I am only 1 step away from being able to produce the Great Accomplishment saber intent in my body, but I'm tired. I am exhausted. I can't do it in one go. Xiao Han shook his head. At this moment, a message was sent from the chivalrous token. It was from Wu Bai. Okay Xiao Han, end your cultivation. Tomorrow morning, you will go to Giant Whale Island to participate in the chivalrous ranking challenge. Now come out of the Room of Intellect. Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Han stood up, shook his head and walked out of the Room of Intellect. On the 29th floor of the chivalrous tower. In the resting area. It was late at night. In the private room. In addition to Wu Bai, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling, Mu Zixi also arrived. Xiao Han returned to the private room. Xiao Han, you don't have to cultivate tonight. Have a good rest. Tomorrow morning, you will go to the venue of the chivalrous ranking challenge Giant Whale Island, Mu Zixi said to Xiao Han. Giant Whale Island? Xiao Han was stunned. Mu Zixi nodded. Yes. The giant whale island was an island in the Wuxia region. Legend has it that it was transformed from a giant whale in the primordial era. Of course, this is just a legend that has not been verified. However, Giant Whale Island was rich in spiritual energy, and there were even spirit veins that had appeared. It was more suitable for cultivation. Today it would be used as the venue for the ranking challenge. The one presiding over this competition is an ancient powerhouse. Ranked in the top 100 on the monster ranking list, known as an immortal legend who will never fall, and is suspected to be an immortal. Xiaohan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Haha, Xiaohan, don't panic. With an ancient giant presiding over the ranking competition, the death rate of participants like you will be reduced to the minimum. There will be practically no risk at all. Mu Zishi smiled and said, that way you can relax. That's right. Junior brother Xiaohan, with the ancient powerhouses present, you'll be able to control the situation. Even if the other participants want to kill you, you'll be able to stop them at the crucial moment. Of course, if you want to kill someone, it won't be easy. It's almost impossible to kill someone in front of an ancient giant without his permission. Dong Fangqin also laughed. So that's how it is. I understand now. Xiaohan nodded slightly. However, there were many questions in his heart. I guess that the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Tower instigated me to participate in the Monster Hero Ranking Challenge. It might be a conspiracy against me. However, judging from the current situation, everything seemed to be in order, and there wasn't the slightest hint of a conspiracy. What is going on? At this time, Mu Zishi continued, Xiaohan, tomorrow morning the map of Giant Whale Island will be automatically entered into your Monster Hero token. At that time, you can activate the flying formation in the Monster Hero token, and you'll be able to go directly to the venue Giant Whale Island, under the guidance of the map. Your 15 opponents will also be in position. Tomorrow morning they'll also fly to Giant Whale Island. I've already received reliable information that the most popular person in this Monster Hero Ranking Challenge is Ying Zhantian, who gave up his ranking 20 years ago and retired to the mountains. Today he's making a comeback and wants to suppress all the heroes and restore his glory. Ying Zhantian? Ying Zhantian, who reached the talisman transformation realm 20 years ago and condensed his true chi into talismans, is ranked 1458 on the Monster Hero ranking list. So it's him? Wu Li hesitated for a moment. Ying Zhantian is indeed a talented person. He has had many fortuitous encounters since he was young. He is said to have inherited the legacy of an ancient powerful person. Moreover, in the secular world, he holds a high position and controls a dynasty in the northern region. After a pause, Wu Li continued. 20 years ago, the reason why Ying Zhantian retired was because he fought with a mutated demon emperor and was seriously injured. It seems that after 20 years of seclusion, not only did he not lose his ambition, but he became courageous after his shame and worked hard to make a comeback. Xiaohan, this person is not easy to deal with. He's much stronger than the likes of the great Sun Emperor. Sect Master, since I've decided to participate in this ranking challenge, I won't back down. No matter how difficult the opponent is, I have to try. Moreover, I can accumulate more experience by competing with opponents of this level. It will be easier for me to break through to the expanded aperture realm in the future. Xiaohan's eyes flashed with determination, knowing the difficulty. Seeing this, Wu Li, Mu Zishi and the others were surprised. They did not expect that Xiaohan, at such a young age, would possess courage that was 1,000 times greater than his body and age. This was indeed rare. Xiaohan, you are a young man full of courage. I have seen countless people in my life, but it is rare to see someone as courageous as you. Now, I have even more confidence in you. Alright, I won't disturb your rest. Tomorrow morning, the basic information of your 15 competitors will be transferred into your Xenochivalrous token. At that time you can think about it carefully. I'll take my leave now. With that, Mu Zishi left the private room. Wu Li specially booked a private room for Xiaohan, so that Xiaohan could rest in peace. Xiaohan entered the quiet private room, lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Xiaohan did a carp flip and got out of bed. After a night's rest, Xiaohan was now full of energy. His vitality had been adjusted to its peak. At this moment, the Xenochivalrous token was activated. A huge amount of information was passed in. Xiaohan's mind moved and his mind fluctuated. First he saw a map, branded into the Xenochivalrous token. It was the venue of the ranking challenge, the map of Giant Whale Island. Then there was a list, Ying Zhantian. Originally ranked 1458 on the Xenochivalrous ranking, 7 Knights Demon Lord. ranked 1700 on the Xeno-Chivalrous ranking. Great Sun Emperor, ranked 1701 on the Xeno-Chivalrous ranking. Lu Weining, ranked 1777 on the Xeno-Chivalrous ranking. Thousand Sword Gentleman, ranked 1788 on the Xeno-Chivalrous ranking. Xiong Baishan, ranked 1800 on the Xeno-Chivalrous ranking. This list contained a total of 15 names, and their situation on the Xeno-Chivalrous ranking was clear at a glance. These were Xiao Han's 15 competitors in the Hex Hero Ranking Challenge. Amazing, these people are all ruthless characters. I'm afraid any one of them will be a tyrant in the secular world. Xiao Han sighed. He also walked out of the private room. Xiao Han, Wu Li, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling were already waiting outside the private room. Xiao Han, you are about to set off for the Giant Whale Island. Wu Li looked at Xiao Han. According to the rules, we can't accompany you to the Giant Whale Island. Take care of yourself. We will wait for the good news in the Xeno-Chivalrous Tower. I hope you can continue to create miracles. However, if you can't do it, you don't have to force yourself. You are still young and there are many opportunities. Yes, Sect Master, Senior Brother Dongfang, Senior Brother Fang Ling, Xiao Han will be careful and will not be greedy. I have also received the list of 15 competitors. Indeed, all of them are difficult to deal with. They are not easy to deal with. Xiao Han, I am relieved that you can think this way. Remember, don't be too proud of yourself. Xiao Han, you can cultivate to where you are today because you have had a great encounter. But you have to know that all the top-ranked Xeno-Chivalrous ranking have had a great encounter. Even Dongfang and Fang Ling, who are not ranked 5,000 on the list, have had a lot of encounters. Moreover, the ranking of the opponents you obtained is only the ranking that was decided after the last decade Saint War. Several years have passed and everyone is improving. Some of the actual combat power of some of the Xeno-Chivalrous has actually surpassed their current ranking. After saying so much, I hope that you, Xiao Han, will consider yourself weak and fight steadily. Don't be arrogant and conceited. Alright, it's almost time. Xiao Han, you can go now. Yes, Sect Master. I will remember your warning. I will go to the Giant Whale Island now. Senior Brother Dongfang, Senior Brother Fang Ling, I will take my leave. Xiao Han nodded at Wu Li and the others and left the Xeno-Chivalrous Tower. I wonder if Junior Brother Xiao Han can continue to advance triumphantly this time. Logically speaking, he should be able to compete with the senior Xeno-Chivalrous heroes who are participating in the ranking challenge this time since he can kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Dongfang Qin watched Xiao Han leave. Let's wait for Xiao Han here patiently. Fang Ling said. Swoosh, after leaving the Xeno-Chivalrous Tower, it was dawn outside. The morning sun had just risen, and the thousands of mountains looked like they were on fire. The sun instantly lit up the sky, driving away the stars and the waning moon. Xiao Han took out the Xeno-Chivalrous token and activated the flying formation in it. Guided by the map of the Giant Whale Island, he flew straight up into the sky and instantly disappeared into the clouds. After flying for a few hours, he entered a blue sea. He continued to fly. Not long after, a gigantic island entered Xiao Han's line of sight. It was an island that looked like an ancient giant whale. It was boundless. There were all kinds of terrains on the island: barren hills, deserts, stone forests, bamboo seas. There were also primitive jungles overgrown with hazel bushes and mountain ranges intertwined with spiritual energy. This was the Giant Whale Island. Mist and the glow of treasures floated above the entire island, causing the colossal whale island to appear extremely beautiful, as if it was a celestial island. We're here. Xiao Han slowed down his flying speed, feeling a little excited. At this moment, boom, in the sky, a powerful and wild aura swept past as a beam of light shot directly into the Giant Whale Island. Xiao Han could vaguely see a man wearing luxurious battle armor walking within the beam of light. His entire body was emitting an ancient and desolate aura. In a breath, he exploded with the power to destroy a planet. Oh, he's a contestant. A veteran Xeno-Chivalrous warrior. He's my opponent. Xiao Han immediately understood. Just as he finished his thought, a sharp bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in the void without any warning. Instantly, thunder rumbled and all the air exploded. The space crystal wall cracked inch by inch, and traces of spider webs appeared in the sky. A long-haired man in a black robe, whose hair was surrounded by lightning, flew through the air and entered the Giant Whale Island. Another strong opponent. Xiao Han nodded silently. Immediately after, a bright moon rose from the end of the sea. The graceful moonlight covered the surface of the sea. A woman with an ethereal temperament like a painting quietly stepped on the moonlight and walked toward the giant whale island. Her blue robe fluttered. She was breathtakingly beautiful like pearls and jade. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her body was surrounded by brilliant light. She stepped onto the giant whale island unhurriedly, as if she had come to participate in a banquet. Damn, another one. Xiaohan was still in the air. He didn't immediately step onto the giant whale island. He looked left and right. A red light appeared on the northern horizon. Not long after, the red light became brighter and brighter, dyeing the surrounding sky red as if it was burning. A figure flew over at a speed several times faster than the speed of sound and landed on the island. Looking at the back, it was a middle-aged man. He was tall and sturdy and his joints were thick. At the same time, a large patch of white clouds in the sky was torn apart like a piece of cloth. A formless blade intent cut through all things, even the formless and intangible air was cut open. The sky was filled with blade intent. A sharp bladesman also landed on the island. Blade intent. Xiaohan was affected by the blade intent. His blood surged and he almost vomited. It's also a blade intent close to great achievement. It's slightly more powerful than my current blade intent. Moreover, his blade intent has been baptized by countless battles, so it's even more invasive. It suppressed my blade intent immediately. Xiaohan hurriedly used the spirit turtle's true chi to seal up his blade intent. Only then was he not affected. Just like that, the experts arrived one after another and set foot on the giant whale island. Each of these experts had multicolored lights and divine rainbows shooting out from their bodies, producing a myriad of strange phenomena. Their auras were all extremely powerful, and they all had the kind of aura of an angry monarch. Their auras surged and spread out, as if they were mountains pressing down on all directions. Competing for a ranking with these experienced heroes. Compared to this, the selection of heroes last time really was weak. Xiaohan shook his head gently. Whatever. I'll go to the giant whale island first. Xiaohan thought of something and was about to set foot on the island. However, at this moment, boom. A blazing sun fell from 10,000 meters high in the sky. This blazing sun illuminated the world. It was grand and magnificent. Wherever it passed, there was an aura that could burn everything. The trajectory of this blazing sun was originally going to land on the giant whale island. However, it suddenly stopped in front of Xiaohan. Within the blazing sun, a man walked out. This man was dressed in a golden robe. The outline of his face was like a sculpture, cold and resolute. His eyes were like a heavenly king's, as if he was born to attract light. As soon as he appeared, it was as if he was the only one in the world. He was filled with an invincible spirit and confidence. The smell of controlling spring and autumn rushed into the sky. In an instant, a sonorous hymn rushed out of the man's body. Golden sunlight shone in all directions, and in each ray of sunlight, one could vaguely see the shadows of countless living beings praying and worshipping. It was the Great Sun Emperor. The Great Sun Emperor stood in front of Xiaohan. His divine might was awe-inspiring, as if a god had descended. Xiaohan. The Great Sun Emperor stared at Xiaohan. The blazing sun floated above his head. The divine light was dense like a tide. Within the blazing sun, a god sat cross-legged. His eyes were closed, but he was brewing a terrifying might and power. Oh, the Great Sun Emperor, long time no see. Xiaohan laughed coldly and stared at the Great Sun Emperor without blinking. Under the majestic aura of the Great Sun Emperor, Xiaohan's face was actually fearless and he faced him calmly. This caused a strange feeling to well up in the heart of the Great Sun Emperor. He couldn't help but blurt out. The world is really unpredictable. Back then I could kill an ant whenever I wanted. Now he has actually grown up. Never would I have thought. Ha ha, the Great Sun Emperor, I remember now. Back then, at the border of the proud Sun Empire, you bullied the weak because you coveted my secrets. You actually went crazy and wanted to lay your hands on me. Ha ha, you hypocrite. Sanctimonious. But it's a pity that the me now is not the same as before. You no longer have the chance to bully me. Moreover, the humiliation and oppression you have given me, sooner or later, I will make you pay. Xiaohan laughed and looked at the Great Sun Emperor. His eyes were filled with provocation, opposing each other. In terms of aura, he was definitely not afraid of the Great Sun Crown Prince. Despicable person. The Great Sun Emperor was enraged. Xiaohan, the achievements you have today are all because of the methods of the demon race. You have long gone astray and abandoned yourself. A small character will always be a small character. A despicable person will always be a despicable person. Perhaps, since you have come to participate in the ranking competition, then I, the Great Sun Emperor, will definitely find a chance to clean up for the entire demon race. Get lost. Xiao Han laughed and scolded. If I find a chance, I will still kill you. Just wait and see. Finishing his words, Xiao Han didn't even look back as he stepped onto the giant whale island. Roar. A small character dares to provoke me. Courting death. The Great Sun Emperor's eyes were about to pop out as he let out a roar. At the same time, above his head, the deity within the blazing sun opened his mouth slightly and let out a mysterious and majestic voice. This voice vibrated violently, containing sharpness, holiness, decisiveness and anger. All the syllables were like a cluster of volcanoes, erupting at the same time, overwhelming the heavens and earth. Xiao Han, I will never let you go. The Great Sun Emperor also stepped onto the giant whale island. Chapter 267. On Giant Whale Island, a storm was brewing. The 16 contestants, including Xiao Han, who were competing for the 1650th position in the Hex Hero ranking competition, had all entered Giant Whale Island. At this time, the sky was gradually turning dark. Under the blood-red setting sun, there was a valley with withered vines wrapped around green stones on the island. Birds were returning to their nests. Fallen leaves were falling, and the environment was a little desolate. However, in such a valley, there were as many as 16 powerhouses of the human clan. These 16 people were all Hex heroes who were the mainstays of the world today. Although among them, there were no Hex heroes ranked within the top 1,000, but they were the most promising competitors for the Hex heroes in the future. All of their experiences were immortal legends. They had killed countless beasts and made great contributions to the world. They were all geniuses among geniuses, outstanding. If the geniuses who participated in the Hex Hero Trial competition were described as semi-finished products, then the 16 people in front of them were all finished products that had been sculpted by blood and fire. The geniuses who died were no longer geniuses. No one would remember them. Only the geniuses who were alive, who had experienced many cruel battles and still stood tall, were the real geniuses. Now these 16 people were either crouching like tigers or coiling dragons, or standing like lone cranes, or standing straight like javelins, or sitting cross-legged, or resting with their eyes closed, or walking around. Each of them had a fierce and threatening aura, as if they could pierce through anything, break anything and crush anything. They were extremely powerful. Moreover, a few of them had a feeling that they were about to break through the void, fly away with the wind, or even break out of their cocoons and become butterflies. They gave people an unparalleled spiritual pressure. There were similar marks on the Emperor of the Sun. Xiao Han knew that these were the signs of a possible breakthrough. They were the signs of ascending from the acupoint expanding realm to the talisman transforming realm. A thin line. Maybe in this competition, there was a possibility of a breakthrough. In fact, the Hex heroes who participated in the ranking competition were not purely for the ranking, but more to accumulate experience and gain valuable experience from talking to the strong, so that they could break through to the next realm. Xiao Han casually sat on a protruding rock, and kept observing his opponents from the corner of his eyes. Among the 15 opponents there were 3 women. According to the information Xiao Han had obtained, the 3 women were Lu Weining, who was ranked 1777 on the demon ranking, Fairy Hao Yu, who was ranked 1802, and Luo Fanghua, who was ranked 2002. The 3 women were either graceful and noble, ethereal and graceful, or valiant and formidable looking, and they were truly a perfect match for each other. Each of them had their own charm and bearing. A black-robed, long-haired man with lightning crackling in his hair appeared. His eyes were clear and bright, and his appearance was otherworldly. Lightning from the 9 heavens formed runes around his body, and all types of lightning dragons, lightning snakes, and lightning birds continuously appeared and disappeared. He spoke for the first time, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. I heard that the chief examiner of the ranking competition this time is an ancient giant. I wonder when he came to Giant Whale Island. Perhaps they've already arrived here and are secretly observing us. Lu Weining, one of the 3 women, smiled sweetly. Her entire body was covered in mist, and her style was unmatched. Tang Fong, you've improved a lot these past few years. You've also finished expanding your meridians 10 times, and you're preparing to transform your true qi into a talisman. At Tang Fong, you're born with a lightning bloodline. You can summon the 9 heavens divine lightning to kill your enemies. Once you transform your true qi into a talisman, it'll definitely be a lightning talisman. That'll be impressive. Ha Weining likewise. You've also improved by leaps and bounds. The black-robed, long-haired man with lightning crackling at his hair smiled modestly. Born with a lightning bloodline is nothing special. After entering the talisman transformation realm, who's stronger and who's weaker mainly depends on your accumulation and foundation. Tang Fong, you expanded your meridians 10 times 43 times. Hey, in terms of accumulation you're still a little immature. The Emperor of the Sun smiled awkwardly. Emperor of the Sun, you expanded your meridians 10 times 47 times. Very impressive. Tang Fong's expression changed. Yes, you expanded your meridians 4 times more than me. However, if we really fight you probably won't be my opponent. I was born with a lightning bloodline, and cultivating the 9 heavens divine lightning true chi complements each other. Ever since I started cultivating, I've rarely met an opponent. Ha ha. Tang Fong, don't worry. In this ranking competition if we have a battle, I, the Emperor of the Sun, will definitely accompany you. I'll also let you witness the power of the Great Sun Heart Sutra. The Emperor of the Sun laughed coldly. Alright, let's not quarrel. Although we're all arrogant and unruly, and no one is willing to submit to anyone easily, but I have to say that everyone has improved greatly. If we really fight, no one can say for sure that they'll win. Let's not argue. Since we're all here, if we want to fight, we'll have plenty of opportunities to do so. A middle-aged man with a straight nose and a square mouth said with a faint smile. His aura was smooth and flawless, and he was deep and unfathomable. This person's words were extremely appropriate, as though he had considered every issue, and all the details were extremely thorough. He looked at the big picture and everything, and his words were also very graceful. He had the demeanor of a natural leader. This is the Devil Hero ranking, ranked 1811. Zhuge Xing Xiaohan looked at the middle-aged man, and with a slight scan of the Devil Hero token, he knew the background of this person. We're all old comrades and also old opponents. To be able to cultivate to this level, which one of us is mediocre? In a few years, all of you must have made great progress. The ranking of the last 10 years Holy War can now be completely overturned. We must rearrange the ranking. However, there are still a few years before the next 10 years Holy War. I've long been itching to fight. In this ranking challenge, let me test the extent of everyone's progress. Those who don't make great progress will definitely be replaced by the latecomers. Survival of the fittest. The Thousand-Sword Gentleman, ranked 1788 on the Devil Hero ranking, said coldly and arrogantly. The sword chi all over his body was like a rainbow, emitting the spirit of a sword cultivator from the inside out. He would rather break than bend in pursuit of victory. The Seven Knights Devil Young Master, ranked 1700 on the Devil Hero ranking, laughed sinisterly and did not speak. Ha ha ha. Loud laughter sounded. It came from Ying Zhantian. 20 years ago, Ying Zhantian had already occupied the 1458th place on the Devil Hero ranking. With his hands behind his back, his eyes were like a god's, and his aura was like that of an ancient demonic bird. There was no one could compete with him. It was as though he was a natural king, and his aura was disdainful of the world. His laughter contained endless mockery. This time I, Ying Zhantian, will definitely take this ranking. Aha, this is the first gift that I, Ying Zhantian, have returned to the martial world. This is also a ranking that I, Ying Zhantian, deserve. Don't argue. Your strength is not enough, so don't be delusional. In this ranking challenge you are all just foils and embellishments. Ah. Oh? Ying Zhantian? Yes, 20 years ago you were ranked first on the Devil Hero ranking. But 20 years have passed and the world has changed. Many things are no longer under your control. We may not necessarily lose to you. Xiong Baishan, ranked first on the Devil Hero ranking, was the first to shout. I won't argue with you juniors. When the competition starts, I will make all of you bow down to me. I, Ying Zhantian, am destined to be invincible and take back everything that belongs to me. Ying Zhantian's tone was very arrogant, with a kind of majestic and domineering arrogance. At this moment, Ying Zhantian's eyes turned and found that Xiaohan was staring at him intently. Oh? You are the young Devil Hero Xiaohan who has been in the limelight recently, right? I heard that you killed a high-level demon emperor, so you were recognized by the higher-ups. They made an exception to let you participate in the Devil Hero ranking challenge that you are not qualified to participate in. Ah. I see that you are only about 20 years old. It hasn't been long since you became a Devil Hero, and you are already in the limelight everywhere. Even if you have some talent, you are still too immature. This game is not something that you can afford to play. Ying Zhantian's attitude towards Xiaohan was full of undisguised disdain. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Whether or not I can afford to play this game is not up to you to decide. Ingzhantian, right? Senior Devil Hero, you have dominated the world since 20 years ago. However, you have to be careful this time. Otherwise, there is a possibility of failure. You talk back to me like this? Interesting, very interesting. Well, Xiao Han, I Ingzhantian will now completely remember you. You are really tough. But you are still too weak at the moment. It is true that your bones are hard, but your strength is weak and your bones are hard. Disaster is imminent. You better pray for yourself now. Don't meet me in this competition, otherwise I will teach you how to behave. Ingzhantian grinned a few times, a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Xiao Han did not care. But he did not say anything more. Lu Weining was very friendly. She stood beside Xiao Han, tilted her head and smiled at Xiao Han, whispering, Xiao Han, senior devil heroes like Ingzhantian are the most aloof. You are still young and your realm is far below his. It is not wise for you to be so arrogant in front of him. As she spoke, Lu Weining's voice was as thin as gossamer, so low that only Xiao Han could hear it. Xiao Han, this person is famous for being narrow-minded. You have to be more careful in the competition to prevent him from retaliating against you. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Lu. Xiao Han thanked her repeatedly. Why are you calling me senior? Lu Weining actually lost her composure when she heard this. Am I that old? Xiao Han was embarrassed. But he thought to himself, all of you here are probably much older than me, aren't you? At least several times older than me. At this moment, well, all the contestants have arrived at Giant Whale Island. So, the competition for the 1,650th seat in this year's Devil Hero Ranking Challenge will begin. A voice that could be called mighty rang out in the sky. In an instant, all 16 people in the valley, including Xiao Han, felt a powerful wave of true energy emanating from it. This true energy seemed to envelop the entire Giant Whale Island within it. Xiao Han could not help but look up and was instantly horrified. In the sky, like a mirage, a figure that was 1,000 feet tall appeared. This figure was like an ancient Buddha or a deity worthy of worship. Then a huge aura engulfed the entire Giant Whale Island. But soon the 300-meter-tall figure in the sky shrank. In the end, a middle-aged man walked down from the sky. He wore white clothes that fluttered like the clouds. The aura on his body was unfathomable. Furthermore, it felt as if he had never cultivated in martial arts at first glance. His entire body exuded a natural aura, as if he had returned to his true self. Following his appearance, there was an ethereal sound in the sky and on the ground. It was hazy, indistinct, and full of artistic conception. But it was very strange. Although there was no fluctuation of vital energy from this middle-aged man, the entire Giant Whale Island was filled with the fluctuation of vital energy. It was extremely mysterious. Moreover, there was a peerless majesty that could not be concealed between his eyebrows. Every movement of his body emitted a huge aura. This aura did not seem to be brewed by any vital energy or cultivation method, but the aura emitted by the middle-aged man himself. It was as if every cell in his body was filled with an irresistible aura. In the valley, the auras created by the 16 people, including Xiao Han, instantly crumbled under the aura that the middle-aged man casually emitted, turning into ashes. So powerful, too powerful. This person can directly suppress me spiritually, suppressing me so tightly that I don't even have the chance to resist. He makes me feel a huge difference in the level of life. It's like heaven and earth. I'm no match for him. Even if I use all my trump cards, use all my demonic techniques, or even transform into the Azure Dragon, I'm still no match for him. Not only am I no match for him, but I can also be killed in a second. Of course, it wasn't just me. Everyone here, including the arrogant Ingzhantian, would definitely be instantly killed by this almighty being. There is no room for struggle. What kind of realm is this? This is the legendary Eternal Giant? The giant who ranks in the top 100 on the Hex Hero list, the guardian of our human race? An existence that would never fall, would never die, would never be destroyed, and would never fall? Suspected to be an immortal? What's his ranking among the Eternal Giants? Xiao Han was completely shocked. Too powerful, really too powerful. His aura is stronger than that of Sect Master and Mu Zishi, and also surpasses any of the examiners I met in the Hex Hero trial. If I hadn't seen this kind of person, I wouldn't have known that there is such a powerful existence in this world. Of course, the spiritual wave that spied on the secret in my heart was also extremely powerful, but I didn't see him in person, so I didn't have the visual impact of facing this Eternal Giant. The Eternal Giant, the middle-aged man in white, slowly walked into the valley. So that the 16 contestants, including Xiao Han, faced him. Other than Xiao Han, the other 15 people were all stunned. They kept their mouths shut and cowered, as if they were thieves who had been caught red-handed. They were extremely guilty and didn't dare to face Xiao Han. Well, you're all very good. You all have a chance to compete for this position. The ancient giant's gaze swept through the crowd. In an instant, everyone present felt as if their bodies had been completely exposed by a mysterious force. There was not a single secret that could be hidden. Xiao Han was even more nervous. He used the spirit turtle True Qi to seal his heart tightly. But fortunately, the demon egg hibernating in his heart was not seen through by the eternal giant. This made Xiao Han feel lucky. This eternal giant, how should I address you? Even with Ying Zhantian's conceit and arrogance, when facing this eternal giant, he was scared and had to use honorifics. The eternal giant waved his hand. You don't need to know my name and ranking. What you need to do next is to do your best in this ranking challenge. Well, now come with me. From now on, this Hex Hero ranking challenge officially begins. Come with me. To be continued. Chapter 268. Looking at the examiner, the arrival of an ancient giant indicated that this year's Devilman Ranking L battle had officially begun. The 16 contestants were going to compete fiercely for the 1,650th place on the monster ranking list. Everyone please follow me. The ancient giant smiled and walked out of the valley slowly, stepping on the withered leaves. His entire body emitted a mysterious aura, as if everything was under his control. Under the influence of the giant's aura, the disobedient and dissolute veteran swordsmen all became well-behaved and knew their place. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. All of them were extremely obedient as they followed behind the ancient giant. Xiao Han silently followed at the back of the group. Out of the valley, there was a long path lined with fresh flowers and fragrant flowers. No one spoke a word along the way. At the end of the long path, they saw a towering mountain rising into the sky. The mountain was about 10,000 zhang tall, like a sharp sword piercing the sky. It was like a divine mountain, causing those who stood at the foot of the mountain to feel extreme pressure, suffocation, and palpitations. It was as if they were facing an ancient giant. The mountain was grayish-brown in color, without any vegetation covering it. It exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if time had passed. What a majestic mountain, it makes people feel like they can't climb it. Xiao Han involuntarily stopped in his tracks, his heart filled with admiration. The ancient giant also stopped at the foot of the mountain, then turned around. The 16 contestants, including Xiao Han, stood in a row, looking at the ancient giant suspiciously. What were they going to do now? Fight at the foot of the mountain and the winner would be the king? Or to see who would be able to climb over this divine mountain? Everyone, today's ranking challenge competition has officially begun. This ranking challenge competition is similar to the Monster Hero selection competition that all of you have participated in before. It is not only a test of the contestants' martial prowess, but also a test of luck. It is mysterious. As a matter of fact, as a martial artist, luck would accompany him throughout his life and was indispensable. Speaking of this, the ancient giant's eyes narrowed slightly and he sighed in a low voice. When you reach my level of cultivation, you will find that sometimes luck is even more important than strength. Alas, back in those days all my old brothers were outstanding geniuses, but along the way they all fell one by one. It just so happened that I, a good-for-nothing person, finally entered the top 0 of the Devilman ranking list and became the ancient giant that you guys mentioned. Alas, it's all because of time, luck, and fate. It's not something I can do. Hearing this ancient giant ramble on, all the participants looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what he was trying to do. Everyone listen up. Although the Hex Hero ranking challenge and the Hex Hero trial were different routes to the same goal and coincide. However, the competition schedule was much shorter. Let's also use the method of passing the test. However, there were only 2 checkpoints. There are a total of 16 of you. After going through 2 checkpoints, the last one will get the 1,650th place on the Devilman list. Do you understand? The ancient giant smiled at the participants. So that's how it is. There are 2 checkpoints, layers of screening. Out of the 16, 15 will be eliminated, and the last one will get the 1,650th place. Xiao Han nodded to himself. For Xiao Han, who had just participated in the Hex Hero trial, this kind of competition system was not unfamiliar. On the contrary, it made it easier for Xiao Han to accept. The other 15 senior devil men also nodded their heads. This ancient giant, we have completely understood what you mean. Then may I ask, what is the content of the first checkpoint? The Emperor of the Sun asked impatiently. He had a sense of eagerness to win. Aha, don't be impatient. It's just 2 checkpoints, it won't make you feel complicated and long. The ancient giant said confidently. Alright, I will talk about the first checkpoint. In the first checkpoint, out of the 16 of you, 8 people will be eliminated. The remaining 8 people will successfully enter the second checkpoint. The first checkpoint, 16 to enter. Half of the elimination rate. The participants all quieted down, held their breath, pricked up their ears and listened carefully. The first checkpoint is to climb this ancient sacred mountain. The ancient giant finally announced the content of the first checkpoint. It really is to climb a mountain. A few of the participants exclaimed in their hearts. However, they also vaguely felt that something was wrong. The first checkpoint was actually to climb a mountain. Although this ancient sacred mountain emitted an unsurpassable aura that made people's hearts palpitate, and ordinary people didn't even have the courage to climb it. But for these senior devil men, which one of them wasn't an unfathomable big shot that could travel 1,000 miles in an instant? Asking them to climb a mountain was a little too much. Of course, as the first checkpoint of the Hex Hero ranking competition, this sacred mountain is not so easy to climb. The ancient giant laughed. In the next moment he waved his sleeves. Streaks of mist and rare godly light surged out from the ancient giant's sleeves like thousands of galloping horses. It enveloped the body of the ancient sacred mountain. All of a sudden, 16 holes appeared on the grayish-brown mountain. These 16 caves were the entrance to a tunnel. Each of them was the same size, and they all emitted a glazed luster. Endless airflow surrounded them, and the light was distorted. On the surface, these 16 caves were exactly the same, and there was no difference. Oh! Xiao Han was stunned. Then an idea flashed through his mind. I know now. The so-called climbing over the mountain is actually a trick. I don't really need to climb over the ancient mountain, but to pass through these caves. Then, 16 caves and 1 tunnel must be hiding an unknown danger, and it will be a test for the participants. 16 participants, each of you will choose a path. As expected, the ancient giant said. To put it simply, only one person will be able to successfully pass through this sacred mountain. Oh? I see. This is the so-called top 16 to top 8. The contestants were all clear now. Ancient giant, is this what you mean by luck? One of the corridors is the path of life, which allows one to pass directly through the mountain and advance to the next trial. There is also the path of death. Those who choose the path of death will be trapped in the belly of the mountain and eliminated, Ing Tian said cautiously. However, there was a feeling of discomfort in his heart. It must be known that Ing Tian was already invincible among this group of participants in terms of cultivation base and combat strength. Therefore, Ing Tian was not afraid of fighting alone or against a group. Instead, he was excited to use his tyrannical methods to kill. Ing Ting had overcome all the obstacles along the way, suppressing all the outstanding talents, and finally obtained the 1650th ranking. But now, it seemed that luck was more important in the rules, and the first stage was actually a choice between the path of life and path of death. The displeasure in Ing Tian's heart was clear on his face. The ancient giant smiled at Ing Tian. You are Ing Tian, right? I've heard of you. As early as 20 years ago, you were ranked within the 1560th place on the Devilman list. If you hadn't encountered a mutated demon emperor and escaped with injuries, I'm afraid you would have been a giant of the ages now. What do you think of the rules of this first stage? This. Ing Tian was a little hesitant, but he still braced himself and said. The ancient giant's words about luck are too illusory, making people unable to grasp it in their hands. That's not true. Luck can also be seen and touched. For example, 20 years ago, when you fought with the mutated demon emperor, if it weren't for your luck, I'm afraid that your corpse would have been cold by now. Why don't you believe in fate now? The ancient giant said with certainty. Yes, I admit that luck is one aspect, but that battle was also because I had enough foundation and strength so I could escape. Otherwise, luck alone would not be able to escape bad luck. Ing Tian slightly argued. The ancient giant did not take offense, but instead smiled in agreement. Yes, luck and strength both cannot be lacking. If you only have strength without luck, your life will be a waste. If you only have luck without strength, it will be a reckless waste of resources. Thus, this first stage is a comprehensive test of strength and luck. crossing the tunnel, crossing the mountain, and they actually said that this is a comprehensive test of strength and luck? Could it be that there really is a ferocious creature hidden in the tunnel? Is there going to be a fierce battle? Hearing this, Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. In the first tunnel there is only one, the Zhuangkang Great Path. Once you choose this path, everything will be smooth sailing. You will be able to pass through this divine mountain and pass the first trial, explained the ancient giant. However, there is only one Zhuangkang Great Path. If you choose this tunnel, it will be good luck. Conversely, there is also a bad luck. In Tunnel 1 you will meet me in one of them. Yes, you must defeat me in order to pass. That is the worst luck. Hiss. The participants all gasped. One of the passageways would actually lead to an ancient giant. Moreover, you must defeat him in order to pass. However, everyone understood that to defeat this ancient giant was no different from a fool's dream. That was something that was completely impossible. Even if the ancient giant only defended and did not attack, it was impossible for him to pass. The worst luck, to encounter the ancient giant, is the same as being eliminated. This is probably the worst choice. Zhuge Xing, who was ranked 1811th on the monster ranking, laughed at himself. I hope my luck is not that bad. Once you encounter me, don't hope that I will go easy on you. I will not go easy on you. If you want to pass through here, you'll have to defeat me in a real fight, the ancient giant said without any hesitation. Defeat you? I don't think anyone here dares to fight you. Xiao Han licked his lips. Then, one of the best luck, one of the worst luck, and the remaining tunnel. These tunnels will intersect in pairs and converge in pairs. In other words, if you give up the tunnel that leads you to pass and the tunnel that leads you to meet me, the remaining 11 tunnels, no matter what you choose, you will meet an opponent. Only the courageous will win. Out of the 14 participants, only one will pass. The ancient giant squinted his eyes. In the first tunnel, only one can reach the other side and see the beautiful scenery outside of this mountain. Now, do you understand the rules? Everyone nodded. Understood everything. One of them was a straight path and there was no danger. The other was a dead end, and if one encountered an ancient powerhouse, they would lose without a doubt. As for the remaining path, the 14 contestants would meet in pairs, and they would fight to the death. The winner would pass and the loser would have to return home. Indeed, what the ancient giant said was not wrong. This first trial was a double test of luck and combat ability. Not a single one could be missing. Okay, the 16 of you, make your choice. Don't take any chances and don't release your mind power to probe every tunnel, because no matter what, you will not find any clues. Before you enter the first tunnel, it will be exactly the same to you, without the slightest clue or abnormality. Choose as you please. The ancient giant clapped his hands. The first trial begins now. The 16 participants looked at each other, then at the 16 glistening tunnels. Forget it. I choose first. You'd better pray that you don't meet me. Ing Zhantian gritted his teeth and moved, entering one of the tunnels. As soon as he entered the cave, the entrance was sealed, preventing anyone else from entering. There's nothing to wait and see, it's just a gamble of luck. Haha, interesting. The Devil Lord of 7 Knights, ranked 1700th on the Hex ranking, also made a random choice. He flashed into a tunnel. The tunnel was sealed. Interesting. The Thousand Swords gentleman also turned into a sword light and shot into a tunnel. Whoosh, 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 the contestants made their choices one after another. In reality, this choice was more of an intuition, a feeling without any basis. Xiao Han, I wish you good luck. Lu Weining smiled sweetly at Xiao Han and also entered a cave. Xiao Han, I don't know if we will meet again. The great Sun crossed his arms and looked at Xiao Han, his eyes filled with killing intent. But I can tell you in advance, if we meet, then, you will die a terrible death. My disciple Hualai, if he is still alive, I'm afraid he will also be a genius. Good Xiao Han, wait and see. Heavenly Sun, Great Sun laughed sinisterly and also chose a cave entrance. Soon, 5 of the 16 entrances had already been sealed, leaving only the final one. Wu, it seems like I don't have any other choice. Xiao Han rubbed his nose and laughed involuntarily. Those guys are really fast. Shaking his head slightly, Xiao Han moved his body and entered the last hole. I don't know who I will meet, or should I say, will I pass directly? Of course, if I am unlucky, I will meet the ancient giant. Chapter 269. The first round of the Monster Hero Ranking Challenge. There were 16 tunnels. 8 of them could pass the test. After the other 15 senior monster heroes had made their choices, Xiao Han jumped into the last tunnel. Buzz, as soon as Xiao Han entered the tunnel, the entrance was sealed by an inexplicable energy wave. A long and serene tunnel extended out in a straight line, like the mouth of a monster. No one knew where it led to. No one knew what dangers or adventures were waiting for Xiao Han. Everything seemed very mysterious. Well, I'll just take things as they come. Don't think too much, just move forward. As long as I don't encounter that ancient giant, I may be able to pass this test. I'm not afraid of those senior monster heroes. I can fight them. Xiao Han walked forward step by step and went deep into the tunnel. This tunnel didn't seem dark, it was filled with light. On the uneven mountain wall, there were many dripping stalactites, and a large number of glowing vines and glowing algae. This caused the passageway to be filled with a myriad of colors. It was strange and dazzling, and it even seemed extremely gorgeous. It was as beautiful as a dream. But it was very sad and lifeless. The atmosphere was terrifying. As Xiao Han walked, his spirit was highly condensed. He could see and listen in all directions without any distractions. Something went wrong, he would attack violently. However, after walking for more than an hour, there was no movement at all. The tunnel was as quiet as a tomb in a ghostly place. And it gave Xiao Han an illusion that there was no end. He didn't know how long he would have to walk to the end. Even the released spirit waves and true chi can't detect the length of this tunnel. Any true chi and spirit waves, once released to explore, are like clay oxen in the sea. This tunnel is really weird. Xiao Han couldn't help but shake his head. Another tunnel. He said it seriously. This passageway was formed by the intersection of two passageways. At the end of the tunnel, natural light seeped in. There was even a breeze blowing in. That was the exit. In the tunnel, two peerless experts were fighting fiercely. One of them was a young man. Wielding a silver spear in his hand, his battle intent surged. His spear technique was invincible, and the tip of his spear condensed a great destructive power that could destroy everything. Death of ghosts and gods. However, this spear-wielding young man's opponent was a sword cultivator. He was the 1,000-sword gentleman, ranked 1,788th on the monster ranking list. Pooh, one sword 1,000 kills? With a single thought, the 1,000 swords Lang Jun could send out 1,000 strands of sword chi. Each strand of sword chi was covered in sword chi. Turtles, snakes, dragons and tigers coiled around them. They swayed continuously, mighty and majestic like 1,000 long rivers. Clang, 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 clang. The spear-wielding youth swung his spear in a circle, blocking the sword chi. He blocked 1,000 swords. The 1,000-sword Lang Jun truly lives up to his reputation. Not only was he within arm's reach of the symbol transformation realm, what was even more terrifying was his battle prowess. Sword cultivators were truly worthy of being called the martial artists with the strongest attack power. They were too incisive and could kill 1,000 people with a single sword. Each sword was faster and more powerful than the last. Each sword contained the arc of the Great Tao. However, I Hua Shaolin have not spent all these years painstakingly cultivating in vain. It won't be easy for you to get past me if I can block your ultimate killing technique, 1,000-sword Lang Jun. Ah? What? Why is this happening? I clearly blocked 1,000 of your swords. Shockingly, a horrifying sword mark suddenly appeared on the spear-wielding young man's chest, and fresh blood immediately sprayed out violently. In an instant, the sword chi had seeped into his body and was attacking and destroying his internal organs. Clang, the spear fell to the ground. Where did this sword come from? What? If I go back and practice for another 5 years, I might have the chance to clearly see how my 1,001 swords were executed. Alright, enough nonsense. I, the 1,000-sword gentleman, have passed. The 1,000-sword gentleman kept his sword and stepped on the path that led to the outside of the mountain. Bang! Zhuge Xing, who was ranked 1,811th on the devilish hero ranking, struck out with a palm that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It was so powerful that it could swallow the mountains and rivers. It sent a tall and slender woman flying. Pooh! The woman spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground. Her pretty face was pale. En Luo Fanghua, thank you for letting me win. Although your ranking is below 2,000, the combat strength you displayed really surprised me. It forced me to use all my strength to injure you. But it doesn't matter. Your injury is not serious. You just need to rest for a few hours and you will be fine. Zhuge Xing smiled calmly. He moved his body and immediately stepped on the path that led to the outside of the mountain. My luck is not bad. I met an opponent that I can deal with. I have successfully passed the first stage. Zhuge Xing's voice came faintly. Luo Fanghua clenched her teeth and her heart was filled with hatred. Boom! In the blazing sun above the great Sun Emperor's head, the peerless deity suddenly reached out a palm. On this palm, flames shot up to the sky, creating a flaming storm. The aura that could burn the mountains and boil the seas swept out. All right. Great Sun Emperor, you are strong. I will not fight with you anymore. You can go over. Your combat strength is too strong. If you did not meet Ying Zhantian, you would naturally get the 1650th position. A skinny man moved nimbly and narrowly dodged the attack of the great Sun Emperor. He was sweating profusely and admitted defeat. The great Sun Emperor retracted his attack and sneered. At least you know what's good for you. If you continue to resist, I will beat you until you are hovering between life and death. But what a pity that I did not meet Xiao Han. No matter, let's see if Xiao Han can pass the stage and reach the second stage. I still have a chance to deal with him. The great Sun Emperor placed his hands behind his back and proudly stepped on the path that led to the outside of the mountain. He was full of vigor like a victorious general. In a tunnel. Ah! Mantis trying to stop a chariot, get lost. Ying Zhantian's arrogant voice rang out. One could only see Ying Zhantian's body surging with true qi. Above his head, a talisman floated. This talisman looked like it was made of jade. The talisman was as large as an acre, and it was surrounded by auspicious clouds. Colorful lights radiated from it, and the talisman was like a dazzling starry sky. It flickered incessantly and no one dared to look at it. In the depths of the talisman vaguely, one could see a small person chanting scriptures. The voice of the great Tao was singing. Furthermore, some of the small people were punching and kicking. Some were practicing profound martial arts, some were wielding their sabers and swords, and some were forming complicated hand seals. True Qi transformed into talismans. This was a genuine talisman transformation realm. You acupoint expansion realm people will never understand the difference between acupoint expansion and talisman transformation. A higher official can crush others to death. Even without me making a move, I can suppress you until you can't speak. Get lost. Ying Zhantian let out a muffled roar. His opponent was a man with a jade-like face. Even his soul was shaken. He spat out a mouthful of hot blood. His whole body went limp and weak and he was thrown away lost. Talisman transformation realm is indeed extraordinary. Ying Zhantian, this time's devil hero ranking competition. No one is a match for you. You will definitely win. I am so unlucky to meet a ruthless person like you. I admit defeat. However, I have gained many benefits from being able to face a talisman transformation realm expert. It is greatly beneficial for me to transform my true qi into talismans. In the tunnel where Xiao Han was. No way. I've been walking for more than 2 hours and I still can't get out of this tunnel? At this moment, Xiao Han thought to himself. At this moment, Xiao Han felt a little anxious. Not only could he not get out of this tunnel, but he also did not encounter any opponents. Xiao Han seemed to be trapped in a maze, unable to extricate himself. However, once he entered this tunnel, he couldn't stop and he couldn't turn back. There was no turning back. He continued forward. As he walked, a turn appeared in front of him. Xiao Han was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he did not think too much about it. With a turn of his body, he followed the turn and walked over. Just as he turned a corner, Xiao Han's figure suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with horror. All the blood in his body seemed to freeze. He saw that at the end of the turn, which was about 100 zhang away from Xiao Han, there was a tall figure standing there. This person had his hands behind his back, facing Xiao Han, and did not move at all. Around his body, endless airflow was collapsing and twisting. Strands of immortal qi sprang out from all over his body. The immortal qi intertwined and formed immortal dragons. This person was bathed in a kind of heavenly divine light. With a slight movement of his body, immortal lotuses bloomed everywhere, immortal swords flew everywhere, and immortal mountains were everywhere. Above his head, the immortal qi was the most vigorous, as if he had communicated with an immortal kingdom and the immortal realm. It seemed that some immortal was about to come out of this immortal realm and descend the rules. It was the immortal emperor. Just by showing Xiao Han his back, Xiao Han felt that he was invulnerable and undefeatable, as if everything was under his control. Xiao Han's blood cooled down. I'm so unlucky. Why did this happen? I've bumped into an immortal emperor. This is the so-called worst draw. Among the 16 paths, only one of them has a chance of bumping into an immortal emperor, but I happen to bump into him. Is my luck really that weak? Why did I bump into him when there's only a 1 in 16 chance? What should I do now? Do I really have to fight this immortal emperor? All kinds of thoughts came one after another, causing Xiao Han's mind to be in a mess. Unfortunately, you've bumped into me. Now I'll give you two choices. You can move forward and try to fight me. If you don't have the guts, then give up on the trial and go back. The immortal emperor did not turn around. However, his deep and desolate voice, like that of an ancient immortal emperor, echoed throughout the entire path. Hong, 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 the entire path trembled because of the immortal emperor's voice. Chapter 270. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. If you don't want to fight, retreat immediately. The ancient giant's voice was like thunder. When he opened his mouth, Dao voice burst out. Rumble. Rumble. It was deafening. Moreover, the voice was sacred and pure, dispelling all evil auras. It was majestic and supreme like the teachings of a saint, and no one could refute it. It was like the voice of the origin of the Tao. The ancient giant's voice cut through the air, causing a huge sonic boom. It was extremely terrifying. It was as if it was going to pierce and shatter one's soul. In the face of such a voice, it seemed like anyone could only bow their head and obey, crawl on the ground and tremble. Not only did it make people want to retreat, but it also made them feel helpless, as if there was no place in the world for them to stand on. Am I, Xiao Han, going to be defeated in the first round? Xiao Han was shaken by the Tao voice of the ancient giant. His blood and qi surged and his body went limp. He almost lost control of his mind. However, there was also a roar of indignation in his heart. I, Xiao Han, have been blessed with luck in my life. I obtained the demon egg, went against the heavens and seized the destiny. I made a name for myself in the Pure Rain sect, passed the Devil Hero trial, and defeated the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Could it be that my luck is too good and I'm envied by the heavens, causing my luck to decline? No, my fate is in the hands of man, not the heavens. If the heavens want to destroy me, I'll kill them. Moreover, I have to prepare for the expanding acupoint realm. Not only do I need to accumulate enough strength, I also need to sharpen my spirit so that it will be flawless and sharp. If I retreat now, it will leave a shadow in my heart, and my will to win will suffer a setback. What's more, it will give birth to inner demons. If that's the case, I won't be able to reach the expanding acupoint realm in a short period of time. No, I can't retreat. If I just sit here and wait for death, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is not my spirit. Xiao Han's face gradually showed a trace of determination and determination. Traces of battle intent, in an extremely unlikely situation, were completely born from the depths of Xiao Han's heart. At the same time, in another tunnel, Xiong Baishan, who ranked 1800th on the Devilman list, was in the same situation as Xiao Han. At the end of the path Xiong Baishan had chosen, a divine light that was rarely seen throughout the ages bloomed. That ancient giant clasped his hands behind his back and unleashed his aura, ruthlessly suppressing Xiong Baishan. The mental pressure was unparalleled, causing Xiong Baishan to lose all will to fight. His face paled, his knees went soft, and he was in a daze. If you want to fight, then I will fight you. If you don't want to fight, retreat immediately. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of the great Tao erupted and surged over, shaking Xiong Baishan to the point of groaning and directly prostrating on the ground. His body was also trembling. Aren't you going to retreat? Do you really want to fight with me? Overestimating yourself. You overestimate yourself. The voice of this ancient titan was like millions upon millions of people roaring at the same time. Thousands upon thousands of monsters roared at the same time. Thousands upon thousands of volcanoes erupted at the same time, overwhelming the heavens and earth. Overbearing. 1,000 li in one go. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Under this unparalleled pressure, Xiong Baishan's last bit of will to fight vanished in an instant. This lowly one has drawn the worst lot. Encountering an eternal giant like you, I truly do not have any means to resist. I'll retreat now. I can only blame myself for being unlucky. Xiong Baishan got up, wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to leave. Suddenly a thought flashed across Xiao Han's mind. I know. I finally understand now. I've been fooled. Before this, I've suspected that this is a conspiracy by the higher-ups of the Devil Hero Pagoda against me. They know that there's a shocking secret in my heart. They didn't expose it in front of me but did something behind my back. They made an exception to let me participate in this Devil Hero ranking competition just to trick me. Then, within the scope of the rules, They let me meet an ancient titan in the first round and then I'll be eliminated. From then on I'll be depressed and I'll be plagued by inner demons. Then I'll be a useless person. I see. I knew that my luck wouldn't be that bad. I actually ran into a 1 in 16 chance. Xiao Han was enraged. His fear towards the ancient titan gradually disappeared, and was replaced by anger and hatred. And a rebellious mentality. You guys want to trick me and harm me, but I, Xiao Han, will not comply. You want me to give up just like that? I'm going to give it a try. Now that I've seen through your conspiracy, if I retreat just like that, I'll never have a good ending. Instead of that, I might as well give it my all and kill to my heart's content. Whether it's an ancient titan or an immortal, if you're willing to be cut into pieces, how dare you drag the emperor down from his high horse? Xiao Han was full of determination. He was going to risk it all. You're still not going to retreat? Do you really want to fight me? You've overestimated yourself. You've overestimated yourself. The ancient titan's voice was heard again. It was exactly the same as Xiong Baishan's. However, when this sentence entered Xiao Han's ears, it became an extremely humiliating sentence. It was like a slap to Xiao Han's face. Overestimated myself? Overestimated myself? Do I have to kneel before you and beg for your forgiveness? Do I not have the slightest chance to resist? Xiao Han could feel the pressure from the ancient titan approaching him, causing him to feel suffocated. However, he was unwilling to lose his dignity and be humiliated like this. Thus, he raised his voice and retorted. Strangely, after saying this, Xiao Han actually felt a little better. More comfortable. The feeling of being restrained was immediately relieved. What was even stranger was that the demonic egg that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart also emitted a faint throbbing, emitting a sense of contentment. Vaguely, the demonic egg transmitted a blurry, almost undetectable intent to Xiao Han. Xiao Han could not fully comprehend the intent, but he could sense one word: dignity. Could it be that the demonic egg is also telling me not to give in, and to have dignity? Xiao Han was shocked to the core. Oh. The ancient titan was stunned by Xiao Han's attitude. Unbelievable. You're so young. Even if you had some miraculous encounters in front of me, you are nothing more than an ant. With a single thought, I can kill you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Yet you dare to roar? What kind of power is it that allows you to face my majesty head-on and even dare to roar? Because of my dignity. Xiao Han held his heart with his right hand. Dignity? The ancient titan was surprised. You dare to talk about dignity in front of me? This is unbelievable. Originally, I wanted to give in. It is true that I am not your opponent, definitely not your opponent. However, the dignity in my heart stopped me from doing so. I used to be a living target with no dignity to speak of. Every day I was beaten up by others and struggled to survive. At that time, I swore every day that one day when I, Xiao Han, have power, I will never lose my dignity again. Because I have lost my dignity, I know how precious it is. It is more precious than any martial arts technique, true chi technique, or cultivation level. If a person loses his dignity, he is no different from a walking corpse. Today, if I cower and retreat, then I will never be able to recover from this setback, and the demon in my heart will never be removed. Xiao Han's words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. On the other hand, it was as if the demonic egg in his heart was also transmitting its will, forcing Xiao Han to say these words to not lose his dignity. It was as if the demonic egg also had a supreme dignity that could not be blasphemed. Since Xiao Han had refined the demonic egg, he could not lose his dignity. Hearing Xiao Han's words, the ancient titan was silent. Shockingly, after Xiao Han had finished speaking, he immediately felt that his spirit and soul had become highly condensed, as if they were about to transform. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. One had to know that the gap between the 5th level true chi and the 6th level true chi was an insurmountable gap. It required a huge amount of accumulation in order to break through. This accumulation, on one hand, was the accumulation of true chi in physical body, but more importantly, it was a transformation of one's spirit, a sublimation of one's will. One had to go through all kinds of hardships, wander between the line of life and death many times, and possess the courage to face death calmly. Only when all these accumulations were enough, could one suddenly make a huge turnaround, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, reaching the heavens in a single bound. After saying these words, my body actually felt relaxed, and my spirit also gained an indescribable accumulation. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with enlightenment. Indeed, Xiao Han had gained the accumulation and transformation of his spirit. This was an opportunity that could not be sought after. Xiao Han's entire brain became crystal clear. His mind was shining brightly, his mind was clear, and his train of thought was smoother than before. His thinking speed increased and his thoughts flowed smoothly. Furthermore, in an instant, Xiao Han's eyes shone brightly. His spine straightened, and his whole body became as majestic as a mountain. He emitted an indescribable courage. He had actually taken a step forward. One had to know that he was facing an ancient giant on the demon warrior ranking, an antique ranked in the top 100, and an immortal existence. In the face of such a person, even an ancient powerhouse would not dare to take a step forward. In other words, a step was a short distance, but it required great courage, wisdom, and willpower to overcome the demons in one's heart to take the step forward. However, Xiao Han had taken the step forward. At that moment, the ancient giant burst out laughing. Suddenly, his entire body exploded. Streams of immortal chi surged out, and the air was filled with countless immortal talismans, immortal cranes, immortal apes, immortal mountains, and immortal palaces. It was a spectacular sight. The stone wall behind the ancient giant suddenly opened up to reveal a stone door. Gorgeous colors, divine light, and precious light radiated. Good job, kid. Congratulations, you've drawn the best lot. The ancient giant's voice echoed in the tunnel, full of gratification. I can't believe you actually took the step forward. Good, very good. One step forward and one step back, heaven on earth. This is the best lot? What's going on? Xiao Han was startled. One step forward is the best lot. One step back is the worst lot. Young man, don't underestimate this step. After you take it, the shackles in your heart will be completely broken. Your spirit will be sublimated. You're accumulating now to expand your meridians, right? Accumulate well. I'm sure that once you've accumulated enough, you'll start expanding your meridians. The first time you expand your meridians will be no small matter. You might even be able to create a miracle. Your future is limitless. Do you know how many people can't even take this step? You actually did it. Innate courage, this is innate courage. Good, hurry up and prepare for the second round of the trial. This seat wants to see just what kind of level you, this young man, can reach in the future. I'm optimistic. Chapter 271. The morning sun slowly rose above the sea level. It was covered by a few patches of bright red clouds. Light shone through the gaps in the clouds, like countless dragons spitting out a golden waterfall. Giant Whale Island, an ancient island that had stood on this sea since ancient times, was bathed in the morning light, shining brightly. Behind the towering divine mountain was a vast plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. The morning breeze carried the fragrance of leaves from the distant mountains. There were dandelions floating in the air. Several senior heroes with strong auras were either sitting, standing, or floating in the air, standing on this plain. There were 7 senior heroes in total. They had defeated their opponents and passed the first round of this year's Devil Hero Ranking Challenge. They passed through the tunnel in the belly of the mountain and arrived at this fertile plain. There are still 2 entrances that have not been opened. Thousand Sword Gentleman crossed his arms and looked at the 2 entrances on the mountain wall that were still sealed. There is a total of 1 tunnel. The 7 of us met each other on a narrow path and met our competitors. In the martial arts round, we won and finally passed. Zhuge Xing's eyes flashed. There is still 1 place left. There are 2 tunnels, one with the best lot and the other with the worst lot. It is quite clear. Who will get the best lot and pass directly? Lu Weining, the only remaining woman among the 7 senior heroes who had passed, thought for a moment. That young man Xiao Han is at least in one of these 2 tunnels. I don't know if he will get the best lot. Xiao Han? That rookie who doesn't even have a ranking. At such a young age he doesn't know how to restrain himself. How dare he roar at me? Ingzhan Tian laughed sinisterly. Maybe he will get the worst lot and be eliminated directly. But this elimination is the most optimistic result for him, lest he embarrasses himself in the second round. If he enters the second round, it will be unjustifiable. I will torture this arrogant kid like he is a pig or a dog. Brother Ing, that Xiao Han is indeed a disgusting guy. However, I have some personal grudges with Xiao Han. If Xiao Han is lucky enough to pass the first round and enter the second round, Brother Ing, please let me have Xiao Han and let me deal with him personally. The Emperor of the Great Sun looked at Ingzhan Tian. Ingzhan Tian sneered non-committally. The last one might be Xiong Baishan. The black-robed, long-haired man, Tang Shan, who was born with a lightning bloodline and could summon lightning from the 9 heavens to kill his enemies, was sitting cross-legged. His face was slightly pale. Just now in the tunnel he encountered a formidable opponent, and after a bitter battle he successfully passed. I hope that the one to enter the second stage is Xiao Han and not Xiong Baishan. Zhuge Xing smiled faintly. In his eyes there was nothing that could go wrong. Even if the young Xiao Han had a fortuitous encounter, his foundation is still shallow. For the time being he can't pose a threat to us who have been through hundreds of battles. However, Xiong Baishan is different. After cultivating mountain-swallowing divine art, he was able to expand his acupoints 10 times. It is no small matter. Just then, he's out. Lu Weining shouted, interrupting Zhuge Xing's words. All the veteran swordsmen present stared at the mountain wall. On the mountain wall, 2 holes simultaneously released misty rays of light. The air twisted and rolled like ripples. Soon, one of the holes was completely closed, and the membrane above the other hole suddenly dissipated. This caused a person to slowly walk out from the hole. This person was a young man. His footsteps were calm, his eyes were firm, and his temperament did not seem to be very sharp, powerful, and just plain. However, his pair of eyes were like an ancient well, emitting an unfathomable feeling. This young man, if not Xiao Han, who else could it be? It's Xiao Han? His luck really covers the heavens. Lu Weining could not help but sigh softly. A 1 in 16 chance to draw the best lot, it's actually him. TSK, amazing. Truly amazing. What a lucky bastard. The Emperor of the Great Sun snorted coldly. Immediately after, he looked at Xiao Han with great interest, like a hunter looking at his prey. Suddenly, his right hand gently squeezed and a lump of air was squeezed as if he had squeezed Xiao Han to death. Ingzhan Tian also looked at Xiao Han and let out a malicious laugh. As for the 7-Night Devil Lord and the 1,000-Sword Gentleman, they took a quick look at Xiao Han, and then moved their eyes away. There was also a trace of contempt in their eyes. Such good luck. Zhuge Xing shook his head and laughed. That ancient giant was right. Sometimes luck is indeed more important than strength. The strength of this young man, Xiao Han, may not be able to match up to Xiong Baishan. However, Xiong Baishan drew the worst lot, and was directly eliminated by an ancient giant. And this Xiao Han? And at this moment Xiao Han walked out of the tunnel, and his eyes swept across the 7 veteran heroes standing on the plain. His heart slightly moved. It seems that the second round's opponents are these people. The Emperor of the Great Sun, Ingzhan Tian, have successfully passed and entered the second round. In the eyes of these veteran heroes, Xiao Han was lucky to have drawn the best lot, and won without a fight and directly passed the round. However, Xiao Han knew his own strength. This best lot was not that simple. There were mysteries hidden within. One must subdue their inner demons, be born with divine courage, and dare to take a step forward in front of an ancient giant. Only then would they be able to pass the round. Between advancing and retreating, it was decided that the best and worst lot would be drawn. It was not an exaggeration to say that Xiao Han's choice and circumstances were much more difficult than these 7 veteran heroes. These 7 veteran heroes might not even have the foundation to fight back or even take a step forward in front of the ancient giants, right? Of course, this kind of thing was not something that outsiders should know, and Xiao Han would not speak of his own experience. Xiao Han walked over. Xiao Han, congratulations, you have also entered the second round. Lu Weining smiled politely at Xiao Han. My luck is good. Xiao Han smiled back. Indeed, Xiao Han, your luck is really good. The 1 in 16 chance was also met by you. This is the blessing that the ancient giants have mentioned. Once blessing arrives, it cannot be stopped. Zhuge Xing casually laughed and said. Xiao Han shrugged his shoulders. Can't help it, it's just that my luck is good. Xiao Han, don't be so arrogant. I want to see how long your luck can last. The Emperor of the Great Sun's face was as gloomy as water. The calm and relaxed expression on Xiao Han's face made the Emperor of the Great Sun very unhappy. Xiao Han just looked at the Emperor of the Great Sun and did not say anything. At this moment, congratulations to the 8 of you, you have entered the second round. In the sky, the divine light and the glow of treasures descended, the fog was heavy, and the ancient giant, from the ancient god light, walked out gracefully. Greetings, ancient giant. The veteran heroes, all bowed one after another. Good, very good, very good. The ancient giant laughed continuously. He glanced at Xiao Han from the corner of his eyes, but did not specifically say anything to Xiao Han. A hint of obscure praise, flashed across the ancient giant's eyes. From the beginning I have said the competition system for this time's ranking challenge is very simple. There are only 2 rounds. Now you have passed the first round of selection. To be able to stand here, it means that you have both strength and luck. Then enter the second round. The second round is 8 to 1. In other words, out of the 8 of you, only 1 will be able to emerge victorious. The ancient giants smiled faintly. Including Xiao Han, the 8 of them held their breath and pricked up their ears. 8 to 1. On the surface, the difficulty of the second round was far greater than the first round. And it could be said to be cruel. There were a total of 7 people who would be eliminated. The rules of the second round. The ancient giant's tone was neither fast nor slow. Before I announce the rules of the second round, I will say something out of the topic. Regarding this giant whale island, you may have heard some rumors. Many people say that the giant whale island in ancient times was transformed from a divine beast, the giant whale. Now I will tell you this rumor is true. As soon as this was said, what? This giant whale island really was transformed from an ancient creature? But why can't I feel a trace of life? Ingzhan Tian frowned, his face was also full of confusion. The other veteran heroes also looked at each other, confused like monks scratching their heads. In ancient times, a divine whale once wreaked havoc in the human world, causing a rain of blood in the human world and destroying many empires. Later it was sealed by a group of veteran heroes. It can be said that this ancient divine whale has fallen and turned into an island. Its meridians, flesh, blood, bones, skin and internal organs were transformed into the island's forests, plains, ores and spirit herbs. Its essence chi was transformed into the island's spirit stones, which also gave birth to the spirit veins. However, only the mystical whale's heart had yet to merge with the island. We call it the giant whale's heart. In other words, the ancient divine whale's heart is still on this island. The ancient giant smiled. Oh, the second round's content is to find the giant whale's heart? A flash of understanding flashed through Xiao Han's mind. Ancient giant, the second round's content is to find the ancient divine whale's heart on the island? Ingzhan Tian also asked. The giant whale's heart is hidden very deeply. The giant whale island is too big. You may not be able to find the giant whale's heart. In ancient times, this giant whale was also an evil creature that wreaked havoc. It had many divine abilities. Although it was subdued by many experienced swordsmen and turned into an island, given your cultivation base, it would be difficult to find its heart even if you released your psychic fluctuations. The ancient giant hesitated for a moment. If the second round's content is to find the giant whale's heart, I'm afraid none of you will be able to pass. How about this? Only finding the giant whale's heart will be part of the test. In the next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, 8 jade badges shot out from the ancient giant's body. Each jade badge was the size of a palm and was engraved with many talisman characters and pictures of mountains, rivers, birds and insects. The 8 jade badges were caught by the 8 participants and held in their hands. Xiao Han held the jade badges and felt that they were warm to the touch. He could not help but send his spirit into the jade badges. However, he found that the jade badges in his hand were ordinary and did not have any special features. There's no need to look at them. They're just ordinary jade badges. Now listen up, I will announce the content of the second round. The ancient giant became serious. Each jade badge represents 10 points. I'll randomly teleport you all to different parts of the giant whale island. What you need to do is to snatch the jade badges from other participants and take their points. If you snatch a jade badge, it means that you won't get any points. In 3 days, the one with the highest total points will be the final winner of the Devil Hero Ranking Challenge. Remember, in 3 days only one winner will be selected and get a ranking. What you need to do is to defeat as many other participants as possible and take their points for yourself. Once a participant's jade badge is snatched, he will be automatically transported out of the giant whale island. In addition, as I said, finding the giant whale's heart is also part of the second round. Whoever can find the giant whale's heart will get points. However, you won't be able to find the giant whale's heart in 3 days. Therefore, you can ignore the search for the giant whale's heart. The main thing is to snatch the jade badge points from other participants. Don't worry, I will personally watch over the giant whale island. When you compete and kill each other, you won't be in danger of losing your life. You can kill to your heart's content, but no one can kill their opponent under my watch. Even if your opponent is seriously injured, as long as they are still breathing, I will heal them and make them as good as new. Do you understand the rules of the competition now? Understood. Ancient giant, we all understand. The senior devil heroes nodded one after another. Xiao Han also nodded in secret. Oh, that's right. Ancient authorities, if two people manage to obtain the same number of points in 3 days' time, how will the winner be determined? Zhuge Xing was a cautious person as he asked. It doesn't matter. Those with the same points will fight one-on-one, and the winner will be the king, the ancient giant said lightly. Good. This kind of rule suits me. Yingzhan Tian's whole body was filled with battle intent. Under this kind of rule, the one with the bigger fist will obtain more jade badge points. Ah. Those weak ants will show their true colors. He glanced at Xiao Han with the corner of his eyes. The great Sun Emperor looked at the jade badge in Xiao Han's hand, licked his lips and laughed sinisterly. Xiao Han, in these 3 days you better dig a hole and bury yourself. Pray that I won't find you. Hehe, if you fall into my hands, not only will I snatch your jade badge but... A strong killing intent rolled in the eyes of the great Sun Emperor, becoming more and more intense. His voice suddenly became as thin as a gossamer. I will beat you up until you are half dead. Kneel and beg for mercy. Hey, great Sun Emperor, you better keep a close eye on your jade badge. Don't let others snatch it away. Xiao Han retorted sarcastically. In the next moment, boom, from the ancient giant's body, 8 blazing tornadoes burst out and enveloped the 8 participants. In an instant, the 8 participants were blown to different parts of the giant whale island. Fight to your heart's content. Snatch the jade badge points. The winner will be the king. The second round of the Devil Hero ranking competition has officially begun. I want to see who will get the ranking. Ah. To be continued. Chapter 272. Xiao Han felt as if the world was spinning around him and he was dizzy. He even felt as if space was being reversed. His ears were filled with the whistling sound of the wind, and his body was wrapped in endless light. When Xiao Han opened his eyes, I was actually transmitted here. He saw that Xiao Han was standing in a dense primitive jungle. In all directions, there were towering giant trees, their branches and leaves covered the sky, and there was rarely any sunlight could penetrate. The jungle was dark and damp, emitting a rotten smell, and there was also methane rising in spirals. The roots of some old trees were like horned dragons, incomparably thick and lofty. Creak, creak, creak. Xiao Han stepped on the dead branches and withered leaves, walking step by step towards the outside of the forest. His spiritual fluctuations were extremely condensed, released like flowing water, and sensed the surroundings. At the same time, in Xiao Han's mind, all kinds of thoughts came one after another. In this second level, I have to defeat other contestants and get jade card points. In 3 days, whoever has the most points will get the position of 1650th on the Devil Hero list. This is also a game of hunting and being hunted, similar to the Devil Hero trial. Now, the most important thing for me is to find other contestants and defeat them. As he walked slowly, Xiao Han used the spirit turtle's true chi to seal up all of his true chi vital energy, and even his body temperature and heartbeat. The aura of the whole person suddenly became like wood and stone. Now Xiao Han's whole body had opened 50 true acupoints, and the amount of true chi was not what it used to be, so it was easier to activate the spirit turtle true chi. Those senior devil heroes. All of them are battle-hardened. Experienced in Jianghu. It is not so easy to deal with them. The first thing I have to do is to hide myself perfectly, at least not to be seen by them. Then I will slowly plan. Among the 7 opponents, the most difficult to deal with should be that Yingzhan. The cultivation of the talisman transforming realm cannot be taken lightly. To be honest, it is best to avoid Yingzhan. If I encounter Yingzhan, it is hard to predict the outcome of the fight. Even if I use all my demon skills, I may not be able to suppress him. Half an hour later, Xiao Han finally walked out of this primitive jungle. Outside the forest was a meandering stream. The water was so clear that one could see one's hair. Xiao Han walked to the side of the stream and bent down to scoop up some water to wash his face. Then he lay down flat with a piece of hay in his mouth and crossed his legs. With his hands behind his head, he continued to think about the rules and details of the second stage. I have to get the highest score. It was supposed to be defeating 7 opponents and obtaining 70 points. However, in reality, as long as one defeated 4 opponents and obtained 4 jade tokens, obtaining 40 points, one would basically be undefeatable. He'll win without a hitch. Of course, searching for the colossal whale's heart will become a huge variable in the second stage. Once you find the heart of the giant whale, you'll immediately obtain 100 points. You won't have to fight for the jade tokens of other contestants anymore. However, the ancient giant had also said that the giant whale island is vast and boundless. The giant whale's heart is hidden very deeply. Even if the ancient giant had released his spiritual wave, he might not be able to find the giant whale's heart. Seriously speaking, the difficulty of finding the giant whale's heart is many times more difficult than defeating the other participants and stealing their jade medallions. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Forget it. I won't have the wishful thinking of finding the giant whale's heart. Xiao Han laughed at himself. I should just deal with the other participants, although they are very difficult to deal with. Ancient giant whale. Haha, I really didn't expect that this island was actually transformed from an ancient giant whale. The ancient pure-blooded mutant beasts are too magical. Ancient giant whale, ancient golden luan, ancient pure-blooded swan and I, ancient pure-blooded heavenly dragon. Ah, Xiao Han casually thought. However, at this moment... Wait. Xiao Han suddenly jumped up from the ground, the hay in his mouth slipping down. Ancient giant beast? Ancient giant whale? The myriad beasts devouring technique that I'm cultivating is said to be able to refine all beasts in the world, even divine beasts. At the place where the totem dwelled in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial city, I used the myriad beasts devouring technique to refine the kingdom's sacred beasts, the pure-blooded swan and I and the pure-blooded heavenly dragon. Although the process was full of twists and turns and it was difficult, it ended with success in the end. Later on, when I was fighting against the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, I used the myriad beasts devouring technique to interrupt his transformation. Everything has its vanquisher and it restrained the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Now that this giant whale island is formed from the ancient bloodline, why don't I use the myriad beasts devouring technique and give it a try? A sudden idea seized Xiao Han's mind. Moreover, this idea took shape in just a few breaths' time. He did it immediately. At the next moment, Xiao Han's hands were like butterflies flying through flowers, continuously forming hand seals. Wisps of divine light and precious clouds flickered agilely and lingered around Xiao Han's body. Immortal chi and immortal charm were faintly discernible. Dazzling immortal talismans were produced one after another. Moreover, these immortal talismans swiftly weaved into a formation according to a unique rhythm. A formation that emitted an ancient, desolate and tyrannical aura. 10,000 Beast Engulfing Formation. The 10,000 Beast Engulfing Formation rumbled. Suddenly the entire giant whale island seemed to tremble. Xiao Han's blood boiled. However, the giant whale island only trembled slightly, and then remained motionless. Everything was calm and there was nothing out of the ordinary. The sky was clear and there was nothing out of the ordinary. The 10,000 Beast Engulfing Formation floated above Xiao Han's head, rotating continuously. However, it did not seem to be absorbing and refining the entire giant whale island. The 10,000 Beast Engulfing Formation is ineffective. Xiao Han was stunned. Then he shook his head and laughed. It seems that I've thought too much. Although this giant whale island was formed from the ancient divine whale, the ancient divine whale's corpse had already become the flowers, trees and spirit stone veins on the island. Even the essence blood of the ancient divine whale had already dissipated. This was equivalent to a qualitative change. Even the form of life had undergone a transformation. It was no longer the corpse of the giant whale, but had completely become an island. Alright, I don't want to think too much here. Let's hurry and find the other contestants. Xiao Han patted the grass and leaves on his robe, and prepared to put away the 10,000 Beast Engulfing Formation. He wanted to leave this place. However, at this moment, then something strange happened. Whoosh! The 10,000 Beast Engulfing Formation actually moved. The formation was not under Xiao Han's control, and actually floated towards the west. What's going on? Xiao Han was shocked. Looking into the distance, the 10,000 Beast Engulfing Formation had already disappeared into an old forest. It was as if there was something on this island in the unseen world. It was extremely attractive to the array formation. Xiao Han had no time to think. He leaped and chased after the formation. Whoosh! The formation flew in the sky at a moderate speed. Xiao Han ran on the ground with large strides, following closely behind. What on this island can attract the 10,000 Beast Engulfing Formation? Xiao Han was at a loss. In the first round of the Hex Hero ranking competition, Xiao Han faced an ancient giant and bravely took a step forward, which made him break the shackles on his mind. In his mind, he opened a door and window which made his mind metamorphose. His thinking was more flexible and his vision was more brilliant than before. Sometimes, his thinking would be bold and imaginative, and he would have a stroke of genius. The reason why he suddenly had the idea to use the 10,000 beast engulfing formation to try to refine the island was because of this breakthrough and change in thinking. His mind was very flexible. But now, the 10,000 beast engulfing formation actually flew out on its own, as if it was taking the initiative to find some secrets. This made Xiao Han's mind flash with a strange idea. The island is a dead object and can't be refined by the 10,000 beast engulfing formation. At this moment, the 10,000 beast engulfing formation is not under my control, but like a wild horse, it flew out on its own. What attracted the formation? Obviously, the thing that could attract this formation must have something to do with the bloodline of a beast. Could it be that there are some strange beasts on this giant whale island? Or at least there should be some beast skeletons. Wait. Could it be the giant whale's heart? The ancient giant once said that this ancient divine whale's corpse had already turned into dust, rocks, grass and trees. However, its heart had never fused with the island. Could it be? It's the ancient divine whale's heart that is attracting the 10,000 beast engulfing formation. Xiao Han's mind suddenly tensed up. The giant whale's heart. Could it really be the giant whale's heart? Bang! Xiao Han jumped over a huge rock and increased his speed. His eyes were fixed on the 10,000 beast engulfing formation that was flying in the sky. This is great. Maybe the 10,000 beast engulfing formation has sensed the giant whale's heart. Maybe it's another fortuitous encounter. Bang bang bang, Xiao Han ran all the way, crushing countless rocks and shooting stars. He followed the 10,000 beast engulfing formation's guidance and headed west. Not long after Xiao Han left, a sword light flashed by. A middle-aged man with a proud and lonely temperament descended. He carried a long sword on his back and his eyes were completely white. He bent down and looked at the soil that was trampled by Xiao Han and the shrubs that were crushed. He nodded slightly and murmured, "Someone passed by here." It seems that this person's physical body is extremely strong. Everywhere he passed, he was like a wild beast ravaging. If I'm not wrong, it should be Xiao Han. Judging from the Hex Hero selection this time, this young man Xiao Han specializes in physical body cultivation. He's a savage beast in human form. This person was the Thousand Sword Gentleman, ranked 1788th on the Hex Hero ranking. The Thousand Sword Gentleman stood up and glanced to the west. This young man Xiao Han really has no experience in the Jianghu. He doesn't know how to hide himself and actually left traces everywhere. Forget it, I'll take Xiao Han's Jade token first and get 10 points. From the first test, this Xiao Han person's luck is like a rainbow. People with good luck are very difficult to deal with. Now that I've found traces of him, I'll take this opportunity to get rid of him first. I can't let his luck continue to flourish. Otherwise it might bring me unexpected trouble. The corner of the Thousand Sword Gentleman's mouth twitched. His body turned into a sword light and followed Xiao Han's footsteps like a maggot on a tarsal bone. However, as soon as the Thousand Sword Gentleman disappeared, a mist floated in the air, and the water vapor rolled. A graceful figure walked out of the misty water vapor. It was Lu Weining. Xiao Han's whereabouts have been exposed by the Thousand Sword Gentleman. Lu Weining thought for a while. In less than an hour, the Thousand Sword Gentleman will catch up with Xiao Han and there will be a fierce battle. I'll also follow him quietly to take a look. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Moreover, Xiao Han has been in the limelight recently. Even the Green Dragon Demon Emperor died in his hands. I want to see what this young man has up his sleeves. Chapter 273. Xiao Han was running. The 10,000 beast devouring array formed by the ethereal immortal talismans was attracted by something and flew all the way to the west. It guided Xiao Han to move forward. Bypassing the river, climbing over the mountain, jumping over the stream, crossing the swamp. Is this the legendary heart of the giant whale? Xiao Han's heart was full of questions. But at the same time he was full of hope and expectation. At this moment, Xiao Han had completely forgotten about the matter of hunting down the other participants and robbing them of their jade badges. Boom! Xiao Han stomped his feet on the ground and leaped 1,000 feet into the air, leaping over a mountain. He was really a beast in human form. However, just as Xiao Han landed on the ground, his body suddenly stopped moving. He moved like a fleeing rabbit, and was as still as a virgin. Oh, I've been discovered. Xiao Han looked ahead. At this moment, swoosh, a sword light flashed in the sky in front of Xiao Han. This sword light didn't seem very austere or sharp, but it was grand, brilliant, and had a kind of concept of the great Tao. Moreover, this sword light was infinitely mysterious. In a breath, it actually divided into two into four into 8, and a total of 1,000 sword lights, thin and dense, refined into threads. When the 1,000 sword lights trembled, they made a sound like the sword roar. In the blink of an eye, these 1,000 rays of sword light seemed to possess intelligence. They were like 1,000 world-shaking sword cultivators that tore through the sky, and sliced through the ages. Just a slight slash caused dense cracks to appear on the spatial crystal barrier like a spiderweb. The sword intent flashed all over the sky, cutting through the void. It was extremely powerful. Just this single sword strike vividly displayed the profundities of the sword Tao, and it revealed the secrets of the supreme ancient sword Tao that weren't passed down to others. Oh, it's him. This time he entered the second round of the Devil Hero ranking competition, a senior Devil Hero. On the Devil Hero ranking list he ranked 1788th, the Thousand Sword Gentleman. He is a master of the sword and has been immersed in sword Taoism for countless years. With a sharp sword in his hand, he has killed countless demons. He's a meritorious hero, no small matter. Xiao Han immediately understood. He looked around and saw that the weeds, trees and flowers in all directions seemed to have been endowed with sword chi and sword will. They were making hissing sounds as if they were about to shoot at him. Using all things as swords, this is the middle stage sword intent. At this time Xiao Han stopped chasing after the 10,000 beast devouring formation. Instead, he stopped in his tracks as if he was facing a great enemy. He was not afraid that the 10,000 beast devouring formation would fly away. After all, it was Xiao Han's own cultivation technique. Their hearts and minds were connected, and his mind would always be able to sense it. There would not be any mishaps. Who? In the sky, a white cloud was slashed apart by the sword energy, and a black-clothed man walked out. He had a sword on his back and his eyes were completely white. As he walked in the air, it was as if his body was a peerless sword. As he walked, the walls of space were directly cut open. This was the ancient supreme way of the sword, a secret that was not passed down. The sword fused with the body fused with the path, the Tao fused with the heavens, and the heavens fused with fate. Xiao, 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 the thousands of sword lights in the sky merged with his body, making him look even taller. It was as if an ancient sword god had descended. The Thousand Sword Gentleman. Xiao Han. The Thousand Sword Gentleman floated in the air and looked down at Xiao Han. Oh, Thousand Sword Gentleman, hello. I didn't expect to meet you here. Xiao Han smiled. After facing off against an ancient giant, Xiao Han's entire state of mind had changed. Now, even when facing a demon hero like the Thousand Sword Gentleman, whose name could shake mountains and rivers, he could completely remain calm and indifferent, his heart as calm as still water. Oh. The Thousand Swords Gentleman was also surprised by Xiao Han's calmness. This bearing. TSK, as expected of the most popular young swordsman recently. This calm state of mind has already far surpassed the swordsmen of the same age. It's not even inferior to some of the more experienced swordsmen. No wonder the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower broke the rules and let you fight for this ranking. I have to say, I'm a bit appreciative of your talent now. You're a peerless genius, a fine material and a fine jade. As long as there's no accident, you'll definitely be an all-powerful character in the future. After a pause, the Thousand Sword Gentleman's aura suddenly became fierce. Rays of sword chi pierced out from every pore of his body. The sound of sword whistling resounded in all directions, as if countless believers of the sword god were praising and singing. However, Xiao Han, you're still too young. How about this? Give me the jade token and leave the giant whale island. I don't want to hurt you. Oh. Hearing this, Xiao Han was stunned. You don't want to hurt me? Ah. Thousand Sword Gentleman, you're ranked high on the Demon Hero ranking list. You can be considered as my senior. I also respect you. However, it's unreasonable for me to give you the jade token without a fight. Haha, I haven't had a good fight since I came back from the Great Wilderness. Since you've discovered my whereabouts, I have no choice but to fight. Violent battle intent suddenly rose from Xiao Han's body and soared into the sky. 14 million cauldrons of divine power surged like a great river. The indestructible golden body emitted an everlasting crystal light, emitting an almost immortal aura. At the same time, the 93,000 demon veins on the demon god's palm on his left arm were stirring. This physical body. Powerful. It's really powerful. You're able to refine your physical body to such a degree. Your blood qi is so vigorous that it's comparable to the ancient beasts of the great wilderness. Xiao Han, you must have had a heaven-shaking fortuitous encounter and consumed some heaven-defying precious medicine. However, if you want to fight against me with your physical body, you're taking it too lightly. The thousand-sword gentleman straightened his body and sword qi went berserk. All of a sudden, with his body as the center, a collapsing void was formed. The air in all directions was minced by the sword qi. It was chaotic and fell towards the center of the collapsing void. Xiao Han, let me teach you a good lesson. A fortuitous encounter is a fortuitous encounter, a foundation is a foundation, and a realm is a realm. You must never mix them together. You have a fortuitous encounter and are blessed by the heavens. That's true. However, your realm is too low. Remember, brute force will never be able to defeat Jinchi. Right now, you've almost cultivated yourself into an invincible treasure. You're a savage beast in human form. Ordinary Jinchi realm cultivators will definitely not be your match. However, if you meet a demon knight like me, your divine strength will not be of any use. You've gone astray. Look at your Jinchi cultivation. You haven't even reached the expanded acupoint realm. It's not worth mentioning. If you continue to put the cart before the horse, you'll be crippled from now on. Alright, don't even think about fighting me. Don't make a mistake. I'm warning you one last time. Hand over the jade token and leave Giant Whale Island. My original intention was not to hurt you. Don't push your luck. Stop blabbering. You're actually lecturing me? Who do you think you are? After being scolded by the thousand-sword gentleman, Xiao Han was enraged and roared in the air. You're not even an ancient giant. You've only expanded your acupoint once. Your Jinchi hasn't even reached the true manifestation talisman yet. You're nothing. Now you're acting like a king and criticizing me? What a joke. I, Xiao Han, even dare to fight with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. No matter how powerful you are, can you be more powerful than the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? You want to snatch my jade token? Fine, I'll snatch it back. Hand over the jade token and get lost from Giant Whale Island. Xiao Han's body moved, and he slammed his palm toward the thousand-sword gentleman. He struck without hesitation, swift and decisive. Xiao Han's palm contained 14 million cauldrons of divine strength. When he struck out, the force was so powerful that it could break through any illusion and go straight for the heart. As the palm slammed down, it was as if the sky had collapsed. The heaven and earth shook and the sound of the stars disintegrating could be heard incessantly. A large area of space collapsed inch by inch under Xiao Han's palm. The force of the palm spread out like a hot knife through butter. You're really stubborn. No one will believe that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was killed by you in a direct confrontation. Don't try to bluff in front of me. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll let you know the immensity of heaven and earth from now on. It's just brute force. Break it. Kill with one thought. Boom! A ray of sword light shot out from the thousand-sword gentleman's body. This ray of sword light contained an immortal sword intent. In a split second, the sword light split into 1,000 swords. Each sword was sharper and faster than the previous one. Each sword contained the arc of the great Tao. It stabbed continuously like a dazzling galaxy that rushed to the 9 heavens. In the midst of its grandeur, there was lingering sword intent that could destroy the ages. The 1,000 rays of sword light intertwined and directly dismembered the 14 million cauldrons of power contained in Xiao Han's palm. It was like a butcher dismembering an ox. Oh, as expected of an experienced demon warrior. This palm of mine is the condensation of my life's power, but it was so easily dispelled by him. This person's use of swordsmanship is really amazing. Xiao Han's power was dispelled by the thousand-sword gentleman. However, not only did he not panic, but he also felt a sense of satisfaction. A battle of this level is interesting enough. Only then can I accumulate enough power before I expand my meridians. Ah, awesome. Suddenly, a demonic light flashed on Xiao Han's left arm. Suddenly, an extremely evil demonic aura descended from the sky and shrouded the surroundings. An ancient demonic talisman came down from the sky. It enveloped the thousand-sword gentleman. With the thousand-sword gentleman's body as the center, a large area of space was imprisoned. Sky Demon God Seal. Xiao Han used the demonic power contained in his 30,000 demonic meridians to unleash a Sky Demon God Seal, sealing the thousand-sword gentleman's life force. At the same time, Xiao Han quickly took out a few heavenly desolate demonic fruits from his storage ring. He let his left monarch demon arm devour them to quickly replenish the demonic power that had been lost. Do you think my trump card is just the power of my flesh? Xiao Han moved again, wanting to cripple the thousand-sword gentleman while he was sealed. However, a supreme sword intent shot up from the top of the thousand-sword gentleman's head. This sword intent had already touched the threshold of the great accomplishment sword intent. It could cut through the void and destroy gods and ghosts. It had the power to destroy all things. Boom! The demonic talisman that enveloped the thousand-sword gentleman was shattered by this sword intent. The heavenly demon investiture had been broken. Oh, impressive. Even the sky demon god seal that I unleashed using the demonic power contained in my 30,000 demonic meridians was broken. Looks like when the heavenly devil investiture is facing a true powerhouse, it might not always be effective. Xiao Han was shocked. Demonic technique? Xiao Han, you've actually cultivated an extremely advanced demonic technique? What is this move? It contains the power of a seal. You want to imprison me? But it's useless. I've cultivated an ancient secret sword technique. There's nothing I can't break. What can a mere demonic technique do to me? Also, Xiao Han, as an experienced evil hero, let me remind you that as an evil hero you should be righteous. Using demonic techniques is not something honorable or honorable. It's only tarnishing the reputation of us evil heroes. Since you've even used demonic techniques, I have to punish you even more. Suffer a little now and learn to restrain yourself. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets in the future. The thousand-sword gentleman seemed to be truly enraged. Moreover, there seemed to be some kind of determination in his eyes. His entire body's aura was like the mountains and the seas. It suddenly exploded, and a total of 60 halos of true energy exploded from his body. They were as dazzling as the sea. Each of these 60 halos of light was as deep as the universe, and there were faint runes appearing within them. These were the 60 acupoints of the thousand-sword gentleman. Xiao Han, lose. The thousand-sword gentleman roared. His sword chi was like a dragon, and another 1,000 sword rays slashed towards Xiao Han. However, among these 1,000 sword rays, the 1,001st sword ray suddenly appeared. This 1,001st sword ray should not have existed. It was a sword that had escaped, but the thousand-sword gentleman had killed it. This sword ray was the thousand-sword gentleman's trump card. He was prepared to use this sword ray to establish his reputation in the 10-year sacred war a few years later and sweep away all heroes. He would not use this sword ray lightly. However, facing Xiao Han today was indeed a headache for him. He had never expected Xiao Han to be so cunning. Not only did he have a strong physical strength, but he was also skilled in demonic techniques and had rich battle experience. He had no choice but to use his strongest sword ray to deal with Xiao Han. No one could describe the ethereal and formless nature of this sword ray. No one could describe the nimbleness and nothingness of this sword ray. This was a stroke of genius, a sure-kill sword ray. Xiao Han, you can't dodge this sword ray. However, with an ancient giant watching over us, I will not allow you to die. However, injuries are inevitable. In the future you should think about this sword ray more. Know that there is always someone better than you, so don't be so arrogant. The thousand-sword gentleman said proudly. Puchi, the 1,001st sword ray cut Xiao Han's body into pieces. The thousand-sword gentleman suddenly stopped. An afterimage? Demonic techniques again? Just as the thousand-sword gentleman hesitated for a moment, an ominous feeling arose in his heart. The next moment, boom! Another ancient demonic rune descended from the sky and enveloped the 10-swords gentleman, sweeping across the world, suppressing the 9 continents. Xiao Han had drained all the demonic energy contained in 53,000 demonic meridians for this sky demon seal. This time, I don't believe that I can't seal you. Xiao Han's real body appeared behind the thousand-sword gentleman. Boom, boom, boom. The thousand-sword gentleman's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He activated his sword intent, trying to break Xiao Han's seal. However, this time Xiao Han had used more than double the demonic power of the first sky demon investiture. This made it impossible for the thousand-sword gentleman to break through the seal immediately. Get out of my way. Xiao Han took the opportunity to throw a punch. This punch was accompanied by a dragon and a tiger. It was like a falling meteor, the roar of a demon, and the arrival of a disaster. Bang! The punch landed on the thousand-sword gentleman's body. It let out a terrifying sound that shook the earth and shook the mountains. Thousand Swords Longjuan's entire body trembled from the attack. Then his clothes were reduced to ashes. Numerous cracks appeared on his skin, as if he was a broken piece of porcelain. Pa! With another slap, Xiao Han sent Thousand Sword Gentleman's battered body flying. Hee, you're only SOSO, you dare to point at me? Xiao Han sneered. He quickly took out a dozen heavenly desolate demonic fruits to replenish the demonic power on his left arm. Chapter 274. Xiao Han had fought with the Thousand Sword Gentleman, who was ranked 1788th on the Monster Hero ranking. He had used demonic techniques repeatedly and finally defeated him. However, this battle made Xiao Han feel the power of a veteran monster hero even more deeply. When fighting against an opponent of this level, he could not relax at all. Moreover, if he showed the slightest flaw, he would be taken advantage of and suffer a crushing defeat. To be honest, if I didn't have enough heavenly desolate demon fruits to replenish my demonic power at any time, which is equivalent to having unlimited power to fire, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to defeat this Thousand Sword Gentleman. A veteran monster hero who hasn't even entered the ranks of the ancient giants is already so difficult to deal with. If I encountered a real ancient giant or a talisman transformation expert, it would be hard to say who would win. The Thousand Sword Gentleman's body was almost cracked by Xiao Han. He curled up on the ground, coughing up blood and twitching. Without saying anything, Xiao Han took a step forward and bent down to pick up the Thousand Sword Gentleman's jade tablet that had fallen to the ground. Thousand Sword Gentleman, I'm sorry. Your jade tablet belongs to me, Xiao Han. But don't worry. Although your injuries are not light, there is an ancient giant watching over you. He will be able to heal you as good as new in an instant. Aha, I won't keep you company anymore. Goodbye, goodbye. After saying that, Xiao Han's body moved. He crushed the air and disappeared in a few leaps. Xiao Han chased after the 10,000 beast-devouring formation. Not long after Xiao Han left, pure white talisman characters descended from the sky and wrapped around the heavily injured Thousand Sword Gentleman. It caused the shocking wounds on the surface of Thousand Sword Gentleman's skin. They healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rays of pearl-like luster appeared. They rolled on the surface of Thousand Sword Gentleman's body. The spring wind and rain nourished everything silently, injecting vitality into him. Soon, Thousand Sword Gentleman stood up and looked in the direction where Xiao Han disappeared. He shook his head dejectedly. Forget it, forget it. I, the Thousand Swords Gentleman, have traversed the world unhindered in my life. With a sharp sword in my hand, I have killed countless evil spirits. Who would have thought that I would be defeated by a young man? I'm so bored. I'll withdraw from today's ranking competition so as to avoid humiliation. As soon as he finished speaking, around Thousand Sword Gentleman, layers of ripples appeared in the space. It was the mysterious power of space. It pierced through the heavens and the earth, instantly enveloping the Thousand Sword Gentleman. In the next moment, the Thousand Sword Gentleman disappeared, as if he had been teleported away from this giant whale island. He gave up on cultivating his true chi and focused on cultivating his flesh shell. In addition, he is proficient in a few demonic techniques. His demonic strength is not inferior to ordinary high-level demon sovereigns. What kind of path is he taking? It's not bad to take a different path, but isn't it a little off track? I can't see through him. I can't see through him. The voice of the ancient giant resounded in the air. But soon the voice came to an abrupt stop, and the world fell silent. How fierce! Lu Weiniang's peerless and elegant figure appeared behind a small mountain. She frowned and thought to herself, I can't believe you actually managed to break the Thousand Sword Gentleman. Behind a small mountain, water vapor rose and Lu Weiniang's peerless figure appeared. What a strange demonic technique. It's really hard to believe that a human would be able to cultivate demonic techniques to such a high degree of mastery. I might not be a match for him. Let's hide first and observe the situation. Someone is coming. As soon as she finished speaking, ripples appeared on Lu Weiniang's jade-like body, and she disappeared in an instant. Boom! A scorching sun fell from 10,000 meters in the sky. The sun shone brightly, and the ancient divine light bloomed. The great Sun Emperor had arrived. And the great Sun Son of Heaven narrowed his eyes, as if he was concentrating on sensing his surroundings. When he opened his eyes, in the depths of his eyes, a powerful spirit storm mixed with the true fire of the sun engulfed the area. Puchi. This spiritual storm was like a volcanic eruption, boiling magma. It shot across the space, carving marks on the crystal wall of the space. Smoke filled the air as if it was going to tear the space into pieces and melt it. Treacherous tricks. A demonic technique. Everyone has the right to punish him. However, he actually defeated the Thousand-Sword Gentleman. I didn't expect that a little ant in the past would grow to such an extent. The Great Sun Emperor was a great figure who had expanded his acupoints 10 times. He was only one step away from the talisman transformation realm. As soon as he arrived, he deduced a little and knew that the Thousand-Sword Gentleman was defeated. In this space, the remnant sword intent was very gloomy, indicating the crushing defeat of the Thousand-Sword Gentleman. Moreover, in this space there was a faint demonic aura. It even made the Great Sun Emperor feel that someone had used demonic techniques. With just a slight thought, the Emperor of the Sun pretty much reconstructed the battle that happened just now in his mind. It was Xiao Han who defeated the Thousand-Sword Gentleman. He used demonic techniques to suppress the sword intent of the Thousand-Sword Gentleman. Moreover, he used violence to crush the sword chi. Right now, the Great Sun Emperor's eyes had a hint of seriousness. He stood still and did not immediately chase after Xiao Han. The ant has grown into an elephant. I don't dare to say that I will be able to trample on him. I, the Great Sun Emperor, must not fail miserably and fall in the hands of such an insignificant person. Otherwise, I will have a demon in my heart. At the crucial moment when I am breaking through to the talisman transformation realm, it will be very disadvantageous. The Great Sun Emperor carefully weighed the pros and cons. Xiao Han was able to defeat the Thousand-Sword Gentleman alone. This caused the Great Sun Emperor to look up to Xiao Han. In terms of realm, the Great Sun Emperor and the Thousand-Sword Gentleman were similar. They both had expanded their meridians 10 times. In terms of multiplier, the Great Sun Emperor was superior to the Thousand-Sword Gentleman. In terms of cultivation technique, the Great Sun Emperor was also 1 or 2 levels higher than the Thousand-Sword Gentleman. Therefore, defeating the Thousand-Sword Gentleman was not a difficult task for the Great Sun Emperor. However, he could defeat the Thousand-Sword Gentleman. Now Xiao Han could also defeat him. If he were to face Xiao Han alone, even though he was arrogant and proud, it would be hard to say that he could defeat Xiao Han. If there were any mishaps, it would be very disadvantageous to the future development of the Great Sun Emperor. For a proud person like him, if he were to lose to a young man, he would not be able to forgive himself. The more profound impact would be that from now on, his cultivation would be stagnant and he would never be able to reach the talisman transformation realm. Do you want me to let Xiao Han go? That is impossible. The corner of the Great Sun Emperor's mouth revealed a sinister smile. Moreover, I cannot let him continue to grow like this. I must take this opportunity. I must kill him. Then let him grow. He might be the second Xiao Mingqiu of the Pure Rain sect. When that time comes, I will not be able to deal with him. At this moment, the Great Sun Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked towards the sky. He said calmly, "Seven-Night Devil Lord, since you are here, stop hiding and show yourself." Ah, Great Sun Emperor. You also noticed that there was an intense battle here. However, why didn't you chase after them? What are you doing here? Ah, don't tell me you are afraid of something? An incomparably arrogant voice rang out. Boom, a heaven-shaking demonic aura descended from the sky. Like a beacon, it rolled in all directions and pierced through the heavens and the earth. In the end, it stood tall like a heavenly pillar. The Seven-Night Devil Lord walked out from the demonic aura with his hands behind his back. The demonic aura was dense and the aura of a monarch looked down on the world. With the Seven-Night Devil Lord as the center. It actually formed a collapsed void. Endless air was chaotic and fell towards the center of the collapse. Tangshan Zhuge, show yourselves. Don't hide. The Seven-Night Devil Lord laughed sinisterly. Ah! Great Son of Heaven, Seven Knights Devil Young Master, I didn't think that we would meet so soon. Ha ha ha. The ground suddenly spun and formed a whirlpool. The hard surface of the ground seemed to have melted into water and air currents. From the ground, a human figure rose up. His body was clean and his aura was dignified and majestic. It was Zhuge Xing. As soon as he appeared, there were strange phenomena in all directions. He said, I really didn't expect that the Thousand-Sword Gentleman would be defeated by the young Xiao Han. It seems that among the 8 participants, Xiao Han is the most underestimated one. No wonder he was able to kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. It seems that his reputation is not undeserved. At the same time, rumble. A bolt of lightning appeared in the sky out of nowhere and suddenly struck down. This bolt of lightning was as thick as a bucket and was surrounded by a total of 60 balls of true qi. There were indistinct runes intertwining with each other. Within the thick bolt of lightning, there were also waves of ancient hymns. Tang Shan, who was born with the thunder bloodline and could summon the 9 heavens thunder to kill his enemies, also appeared. There were traces of electric arcs flickering on the surface of his body. His eyes seemed to contain all the lightning in this world. He was also a powerful person who had expanded his acupoints 10 times. In an instant, Emperor of the Great Sun, young demon lord of the Seven Knights, Zhuge Xing and Tang Shan appeared on the scene. All of them were at expanding acupoint realm pinnacle, existences who had expanded their acupoints 10 times. Any one of them would be able to convert their Jinqi into a Jinqi talisman within an extremely short period of time. Why? Since we've encountered each other, why don't we fight and snatch the jade tokens? Tang Shan was filled with battle intent. You overestimate yourself. The Seven-Night Devil Lord said with an evil aura. Zhuge Xing smiled without saying a word. However, his eyes seemed to be brewing some plans. All right. Everyone calm down and listen to what I have to say. Suddenly the Great Sun Emperor spoke. Oh. Zhuge Xing, the Seven-Night Devil Lord, and Tang Shan looked at the Great Sun Emperor at the same time. Brother Great Sun, what do you have to say? Zhuge Xing smiled. Xiao Han, that bastard, has already defeated Thousand Sword Gentleman and snatched his jade token. In addition to his own jade token, this means that Xiao Han now has 2 jade tokens in his hands. The Emperor of the Great Sun laughed. So what? The Seven-Night Devil Lord glanced at the Great Sun Emperor. The Great Sun Emperor smiled. To be honest, the few of us are not Ying Zhantian's match. Although we are all proud people, we have to admit the difference between the Talisman Transformation Realm and the Expanded Acupoint Realm. Ying Zhantian had already reached the Talisman Transformation Realm 20 years ago. In addition, he has the battle experience of killing a variant Demon Emperor alone. To be honest, in a one-on-one fight, the 4 of us are not Ying Zhantian's match. Great Sun Emperor, what are you trying to say? Tang Shan was getting impatient. Alright, I'll get straight to the point. With Ying Zhantian around, if nothing goes wrong, the few of us will not be able to win the ranking competition. However, nothing is absolute in this world. How about this? The 4 of us will work together to get rid of Xiao Han and snatch the 2 jade tokens from him. After that, I, the Great Sun Emperor, will give you my own jade token. That way we will have 3 jade tokens. The Great Sun Emperor's eyes were sharp. Although none of us are Ying Zhantian's match in a one-on-one fight, if we work together, the situation will be different. If we work together to defeat Ying Zhantian, we will have 4 jade tokens. Then, we will work together to find Lu Weining and defeat her, and we will have 5 jade tokens. How about the 3 of you fight for the 5 jade tokens? In that case, one of the 3 of you will definitely win and obtain the final ranking. Oh. Zhuge Xing, Tang Shan, and the Seven-Night Devil Lord looked at each other with interest. What? Great Sun Emperor, you are actually withdrawing? Zhuge Xing was confused. Yes, I am withdrawing. The Great Sun Emperor laughed. Withdrawing as long as I am not defeated will not affect my mental state and will not leave a shadow in my heart. Moreover, you all know that I, the Grand Sun, am a formidable opponent for you. If we really fight, among the 3 of you, the chances of Zhuge Xing and Tang Shan defeating me are very small. Only you, the 7th Night Devil Lord, have a chance against me. However, defeating me won't be that easy. You'll have to pay a painful price. Now I am withdrawing. This is a great thing for you guys. The Great Sun Emperor's tone was extremely arrogant. However, it was undeniable that he was speaking the truth. The Great Sun Emperor continued. My request is simple. The 3 of you work together with me to hunt down Xiao Han. Xiao Han has an irreconcilable feud with me. I will definitely capture him alive and torture him to vent my hatred. Oh, I understand. Zhuge Xing came to a realization. Brother Great Sun, so you are asking for our help because you are not 100% confident in defeating Xiao Han. Even if you guys don't help me to deal with Xiao Han, you guys will still attack him in order to snatch the 2 jade tokens from him. It is just a small favor. What do you guys say now? The Great Sun Emperor sneered. Deal. Tang Shan was the first to nod. Ah, good. Brother Great Sun, why should I not do such a small favor? Not only will we be able to force Brother Great Sun to voluntarily withdraw, we will also be able to form an alliance to fight against Ying Zhantian. Good, very good. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Deal. Zhuge Xing also nodded with a smile. Ah. Great Sun Emperor, I didn't expect you to have no confidence in dealing with a small rookie. What a joke. However, on account of our many years of friendship, I will help you deal with this Xiao Han and torture him to death. Ah. The Seven-Night Devil Lord also agreed to the Great Sun Emperor's plan. Good. It's a deal. All of you help me to deal with Xiao Han. Today I will beat him to death. The great Sun Emperor laughed sinisterly. Let's go. Chase after him. Xiao Han sprinted madly. The 10,000 beast-devouring grand formation still did not stop. It continued to fly towards the west of the island. Moreover, its speed was getting faster and faster, as if it could feel the call of some mysterious object. So, I also feel that the 10,000 beast-devouring grand formation is about to find the source. Is it the heart of the giant whale? Xiao Han's heart was filled with anticipation. The blood in his body was boiling. However, at this moment, Xiao Han stopped in his tracks. Boom, 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 north, south, east, west, 4 waves of true chi as strong as the ocean broke through the air. Killing intent soared to the sky. It actually formed a pincer attack on Xiao Han. Alright Xiao Han, Heaven's Net has a long way to go. There will finally be a day when you fall into the hands of I, the great Sun Emperor. Last time you were lucky. Xiao Mingqiu saved you once. But this time I want to see who can save you. You beat my beloved disciple, Crown Prince Huolai, to death. Today I will make you beg for death. A voice filled with deep resentment roared and exploded, shaking the heavens and earth. 4 waves of true chi had already surrounded Xiao Han. Not even a drop of water could escape. To be continued? Chapter 275. Xiao Han stopped in his tracks and did not move an inch. He allowed the 4 waves of true chi to surround him. Heh, the great Sun Emperor is finally here. They must have sensed my battle with the 1,000-sword gentleman. There are actually 4 people surrounding me. Xiao Han's heart was as calm as still water. His lips even curled into a strange smile. One must know that each of the 4 waves of true chi was no weaker than the 1,000-sword gentleman's aura. In other words, these people were all at the peak of the expanded acupoint realm and had expanded their acupoints 10 times. Surprisingly, Xiao Han did not panic in the face of these 4 opponents. Furthermore, his entire brain became crystal clear. Within his mind, a bright light shone. His life's potential was stimulated to the maximum. His entire person was like a clear sky. His state of mind was untainted, neither servile nor overbearing, without worry or fear. Under such circumstances, Xiao Han's willpower began to sublimate again. His mental state underwent a metamorphosis, gaining an indescribable accumulation. This kind of accumulation could allow Xiao Han to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. It was crucial for him to break through to the expanded acupoint realm. Finally, right in front of Xiao Han, a blazing sun slowly rose, and in the middle of the blazing sun, there was a great god. His eyes were closed and his hands were forming seals, brewing a terrifying majesty and power. The sun shone brightly and holy songs resounded. In every ray of sunlight, one could see all living beings praying and worshipping. Under this blazing sun, a human figure walked about. He was imposing and unmatched, his aura devouring the 9 provinces. It was the great Sun Emperor. As he walked, bright and beautiful sunlight sprinkled down incessantly. Every time the sunlight sprinkled down, the sky would shatter. Brilliant colors filled the air, and strange phenomena appeared. It was like a scene of music falling from the sky. Xiao Han, you won't be able to escape today, right? Furthermore, on this giant whale island, there are only the few of us participants and the ancient giants. The ancient giants will definitely not interfere in this matter. They will not break the rules of the competition for you. As a result, you've completely become a prisoner. How does this feel? The hatred between you and I is as deep as the sea. It will be difficult to let this matter rest. Today you have fallen in the hands of the great Sun Emperor. I, the great Son of Heaven, am ranked 1701 on the Monster Hero ranking. You will die a worthy death if I personally deal with a rookie like you. However, don't blame me for bullying you. You deserve to die. The Emperor of the Great Sun looked at Xiao Han coldly and spoke with assurance. It was as though he had already grasped Xiao Han completely, causing him to be unable to resist. Xiao Han remained silent. Hong Long Long. Behind Xiao Han, a series of explosions occurred in the air, and within those explosions a person appeared. He wore a black robe and had long hair. Every single cell in his body contained intense lightning, and his eyes flickered with electricity. Just the slightest movement of his body would cause thunderclaps to rumble out, causing the entire area to be filled with the smell of thunder and lightning tearing through the sky. Number 1799th on the monster ranking, Tang Shan. Tang Shan strode forward majestically. Xiao Han, you're actually proficient in all sorts of demonic techniques. In that case it's fine. Today, us demonic heroes will be joining forces to attack a demonic emperor. Number 1811th on the monster ranking, Zhuge Xing walked out from Xiao Han's left. His robes fluttered in the wind, and waves of wild true qi emanated from his body. Azure dragon rises from the abyss, white tiger leaves the cauldron. Dragon roar, tiger roar. Moreover, his entire aura seemed to be very compatible with the earth. Obviously, the true qi that he cultivated should be of the earth attribute, and it was very dense. Number 1700 on the monster ranking, Devil Lord Seven Knights. That Devil Lord Seven Knights walked out from Xiao Han's right. He cultivated demonic techniques, and his entire body emitted a monstrous demonic aura. His strength was extremely terrifying. This Devil Lord Seven Knights demonic technique could easily seep into a person's brain and affect their thoughts, causing illusions in their minds. They would see a black demonic sun that completely covered the sky and the sun, and the earth was plunged into boundless darkness. It was extremely powerful. The four veteran demonic heroes each took their positions and surrounded Xiao Han. They were all experienced in battle, and had participated in many battles against demonic emperors. Looking at the current situation, it really looked like they were going to surround and kill a demonic emperor. They attacked and defended, advancing and retreating, and had formed a kind of tacit understanding. This caused their combat power to increase exponentially. Seriously speaking, if the four of them joined forces, even Demon Emperor Qinglin at his peak would probably die with a grievance. Moreover, it was very likely that he would not be able to escape and could only be killed. After the four veteran demonic heroes took their positions, they all looked at Xiao Han with teasing eyes as if they were cats toying with a mouse. Xiao Han, until now you are still so calm and composed. To be honest, I, Zhuge Xing, have seen countless people, but I have never seen such a talented young man like you. Moreover, at such a young age you were able to defeat thousand sword gentlemen. This is really impressive. Zhuge Xing smiled at Xiao Han. I am a little jealous of talent now. However, you have offended Brother Great Sunday. This is young and frivolous. You have offended some people that you should not have offended. If you did not offend Brother Great Sun, your future would really be limitless. What a pity, what a pity. Why did you have to do this? Zhuge Xing's tone sounded like a crocodile who was crying for help. Xiao Han smiled and said, Zhuge Xing? Ah, what a joke. You said that I am talented and my future is limitless. Then you should not be helping the wicked and helping Emperor Great Sun to deal with me. Aren't you afraid that I will make things difficult for you and deal with you in the future? Ah. You all know that I am not allowed to kill me with the help of the eternal giants. As long as I am not dead, it is not difficult to deal with all of you one by one when I get out. Xiao Han's eyes were also filled with interest. Yes, Xiao Han. You are right. It is impossible for us to kill you today. I heard that the higher-ups of the demonic hero pagoda think highly of you. The eternal giants will definitely not sit by and let us kill you. However, even if you do not die today, you will shed a few layers of skin. After being repeatedly ravaged by us, you will be half dead. In the future, when you get out, your talent will be wiped out and a terrible shadow will be left in your heart. The devil in your heart will be reborn, and you will become a mediocre person from a genius. Why should I, Zhuge Xing, worry about a mediocre person plotting revenge against me? Haha, Xiao Han, I, Zhuge Xing, have always been meticulous in my calculations. I have already thought through all the details. That is why I agreed to help Brother Great Sun to deal with you. Ah, Xiao Han, if the four of us attack at the same time and use our strongest attacks and ultimate techniques, we might be able to kill you before the eternal giants make their move. If we kill you, the higher-ups will at most reprimand us. Do you think they will let us, who have expanded our acupoints 10 times, die for you? Ah. The seven-night Devil Lord's eyes were filled with killing intent. Great Sun Emperor, how do you want to deal with him? Tang Shan asked. Ruthlessly torture him. Ravage him to your heart's content. The Great Sun Emperor's face showed an extremely ferocious expression. Behind a mountain not far away from here, Lu Weiniang's figure appeared with her brows tightly knitted. Great Sun Emperor and the Seven-Night Devil Lord are really shameless. They are already so old and yet they joined forces to deal with a young man. How infuriating. If this matter were to spread out, everyone would curse them. But, what should I do now? Xiao Han is in danger. I also have no way to save him. I can only hope that the eternal giants can act in time to prevent Xiao Han from being killed. Moreover, I also hope that after Xiao Han goes out, there will not be a gap in his heart and soul because of this matter. So, Lu Weining was also very anxious. Giant Whale Island. At the peak of the 10,000 Zhang Godly Mountain, the eternal giant sat cross-legged, controlling the entire situation. Numerous talismans circled around his body, and a mysterious power rippled from his body. With him as the center, the chi of heaven and earth began to revolve at a steady pace, as if it had formed a huge whirlpool that was going to devour all existences that disrespected the power of heaven. At this moment, the eternal giant could not help but exclaim, "Not good. Young Xiaohan is actually surrounded by 4 demon heroes. How shameless! How shameless!" The 4 famous demon heroes joined forces, not to deal with Yingzhan Tian, but to deal with the young man Xiaohan. Xiaohan was a young man with an invincible will and an excellent physique. In the future he would definitely become a great talent. However, he never thought that he would be ganged up on by 4 shameless fellows. This time he had nowhere to run, and he didn't even have the slightest chance of winning. Terrible. What should I do? According to the rules, I absolutely cannot interfere in their competition. Moreover, the 4 of them did not break the rules of the competition, so I have no reason to interfere. The eternal giant was now in a terrible situation. He stood up and paced back and forth. This is bad, this is bad. Xiaohan actually has such a hurdle in his life. How should he deal with it? Don't tell me that I'm going to be toyed with like this, toyed with in the palms of others. You senior demon heroes are really shameless. However, a situation like this where 4 senior demon heroes ganged up on a rookie is probably a rare occurrence in the entire demon hero world. I don't know if I, Xiaohan, am lucky or unlucky. However, as long as I can defeat you all, I will have accumulated an unimaginable amount of strength, which will bring me great benefits when I try to break through to the expanding aperture realm. Suddenly Xiaohan's eyes burned with a crazy battle intent. The 93,000 demon meridians in his left demon emperor palm began to circulate, and a huge amount of demon power began to be transferred to the azure dragon demon emperor crystal. Ridiculous. Xiaohan, someone once said that you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Today I have seen it with my own eyes, and it is indeed so. Do you think that you have any chance to resist or struggle against the 4 of us? Even if you can defeat the 1,000 sword gentlemen in a one-on-one battle, you will definitely not be able to fight against the 4 of us. Tang Shan sneered. You've lost your mind. At this moment, Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Ultimate Profound, Azure Dragon Possession. All of you go to hell. Roar. Xiaohan's left arm flashed with demonic light, and all the demonic power contained in his 93,000 demonic meridians were injected into the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal, directly triggering the Azure Dragon's possession. This technique could transform Xiaohan's entire body into a dragon. Within a certain period of time, his physical body would transform into the body of the immemorial Azure Dragon. This was also the first time Xiaohan used this domineering demonic technique. Boom. An amber-colored, beautiful and flawless demon emperor crystal shone on Xiaohan's left arm. It was like the most gorgeous gem in the world. In the amber-colored demon emperor crystal, there was a ferocious, evil and murderous azure dragon sealed. Every scale of the azure dragon was covered with demonic and evil demon clan runes, and there seemed to be countless demon clan members praying and chanting. Boom. All of a sudden, the ferocious azure dragon sealed in the demon emperor crystal was forcibly squeezed out and merged into Xiaohan's body. 2 became 1. In an instant, a monstrous demonic aura was emitted from Xiaohan's body, mixed with the roar of the immemorial dragon. The sky and the sun were completely covered by the demonic aura, and heaven and earth seemed to have fallen into a boundless, despairing darkness. Roar. Xiaohan's body convulsed, and the crazy power was generated like a landslide and a tsunami. It caused Xiaohan's aura to rise continuously, and there was no end to it. Inside Xiaohan's body, there was also a huge upheaval. Streams of immemorial energy were burning, purifying, filling and roaring, causing every meridian in Xiaohan's body to be like a giant dragon. The next moment, puff, 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 puff. On the surface of Xiaohan's skin, pieces of dazzling azure dragon scales appeared. His body began to grow taller. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, 300 feet, 500 feet. Xiaohan's head turned into a dragon's head. His entire body was covered with azure dragon scales. With a poof, a azure dragon tail also lashed out. In an instant, the majestic aura of the immemorial desolation completely erupted, sweeping across the heaven and earth. Dragon roars resounded. Finally, Xiao Han's entire body transformed into an immemorial azure dragon. A azure dragon that was 100 feet long coiled in the sky. This azure dragon's body was like a long snake, with the head of a qilin and the tail of a carp. It had a long beard, horns like that of a deer, 5 claws, and a majestic appearance. It was obvious that it had the terrifying power of an ancient remnant beast. An extremely dangerous aura filled the entire heaven and earth. This aura was incomparably evil, emitting a ferocious murderous aura. At the same time it was high and mighty, representing nobility, looking down on everything, disregarding all life, and having a majesty that was above all other living beings. Power? This is the power of the immemorial azure dragon. This is great. I have never had this kind of power before. The current me seems to have a wonderful feeling of dominating everything, tearing everything apart. Ah, I will crush all of you. Xiao Han's voice became muffled, reverberating between the heaven and earth. The great son of heaven, the 7-night devil young master, Tang Shan, and Zhuge Xing were all dumbfounded. They were horrified and gurgling sounds could be heard from their throats. It was as if an invisible hand was squeezing their throats. Dragon? This is the immemorial azure dragon. The real, immemorial azure dragon. The great Sun Emperor let out a voice that sounded as if he was about to collapse. Chapter 276. Xiao Han finally used his trump card, the ultimate killing technique, a secret technique of the demon clan sealed in the Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal. Green Dragon Possession. This was originally the secret technique that the Green Dragon Demon Emperor used to dominate the world. Countless experienced demons had died in the hands of this demonic technique. But now, this demonic technique had become Xiao Han's exclusive secret technique and he was using it for the first time. This was also the biggest reason why Xiao Han was able to remain calm when he was surrounded by the Great Sun Emperor and the other 3. This was Xiao Han's trump card. Now that Xiao Han's physical body had been transformed into the immemorial Green Dragon, the power of a single strike was more than 50 million ding. If he were to fight with all his might, he could even strike out a destructive 80 million ding. Furthermore, his entire body was covered with dragon scales and his defense was insane. He was basically immortal and indestructible. However, the only flaw was that Xiao Han's physical body had been transformed into the immemorial Green Dragon's physique and obtained power. This state could only be maintained for 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, not only would he return to his original form, his qi and blood would also be exhausted and he would collapse. This is the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique. This is the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique. Xiao Han, why do you know this demonic technique? This is almost impossible. Zhuge Xing let out a cry of despair. Xiao Han, you killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Could it be that every time you kill a demon emperor, you can obtain their demonic technique? Unbelievable. Who the hell are you? Tang Shan wailed in a daze. Great Sun Emperor, we've been tricked by you. The 7-night Devil Lord was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out. Rumble. Rumble. Under the pressure of the Azure Dragon's aura, the entire space seemed to have shrunk. Cracks could be seen everywhere in the gray space, and countless air currents were rampaging and collapsing. Even the light rays were distorted, and the pressure was so great that Son of Heaven and the other 3 could not move at all. Alright, it's all over. All of you shall die. The transformation could only last for 10 breaths of time. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Xiao Han didn't want to waste any more time. With a wave of his right claw, he struck towards the Great Sun Emperor. This dragon claw was a violent strike with a strength of over 50 million cauldrons. There weren't any fancy transformations to it as it struck straight at the Great Sun Emperor. This was an attack that could destroy the ages. The power contained within it was indescribable. It could definitely destroy mountains and rivers, kill ghosts and deities, explode continents, shake the sun and moon, and sweep through the starry sky. The space crystal wall shattered like glass, and countless black holes appeared in the air. The roars of the primordial azure dragon could be vaguely heard from each black hole. The greater the power, the faster the attack speed. This attack was something that Great Son of Heaven could not dodge at all. And An ominous feeling of collapse deeply engulfed the great Sun Emperor, causing him to let out a roar of agony like a beast on the brink of death. His entire body was covered by the blazing sunlight, and the sun above his head also covered his body in an instant. The god in the sun opened his eyes and chanted. A giant hand surrounded by sunlight also reached out. Pooh! The dragon claw and the endless sunlight finally collided together. In a breath's time. Poochie, 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 poochie. All the sunlight exploded and evaporated. That scorching sun, including the deity within it, everything was turned into dust. Furthermore, all the bones in the great Sun Emperor's body exploded. He was thrown backwards and the sound of explosions could be heard from his body. Mushroom clouds rose up from his broken body. Just like that, Xiao Han had destroyed the great Sun Emperor. He had beaten the great Sun Emperor to a state where his life was worse than death. But very quickly, a river of jade liquid gushed out from the unseen world. This river of jade liquid was filled with countless runes, wrapping around the remnant body of Emperor Great Sun and nourishing it non-stop. At the same time, the power of space trembled and teleported Emperor Great Sun out of this place. Oh, the ancient giant has made his move? Xiao Han was slightly stunned. It seems like the ancient giant will not allow any of the participants to die. But it doesn't matter. The Great Sun Emperor has been crippled by me just now. Even if he doesn't die, his vitality will be greatly damaged after he goes out. He will need a long time to recover. It will be very difficult for him to break through to the talisman transformation realm. Ah! Without hesitation, Xiao Han moved his right claw and covered Tang Shan again. This palm was like swatting a fly, but the power was enough to destroy a place. Everywhere it went, the sky collapsed, the surroundings turned into chaos, and a large amount of space was evaporated. Poochie. Tang Shan was flattened into a meat patty with a single palm strike. Sigh. Beaten so badly. It will take a lot of this seat's energy to heal. Sigh. The ancient giant's voice reverberated in the dark. There was no sadness or happiness in his voice, but he did not stop Xiao Han's violence. Instead, he quickly released a talisman storm and swept Tang Shan's broken body away. Kill. Kill him. This person has fallen into the demon Dao. Kill. The young devil lord of the Seven Knights was so frightened that he wanted to die. He was completely hysterical. All of a sudden, his entire body ignited with devilish flames. He didn't hesitate to burn his own potential and lifespan to erupt with a killing blow. Every pore on his body displayed the strongest devilish art. His hands were like devilish dragons that grabbed at Xiao Han. Die. Xiao Han opened his left and right claws and slapped towards the middle. It was as if he was slapping his palms. In an instant, the Seven-Night Devil Lord was smashed into pieces. Poochie. The Seven-Night Devil Lord was smashed into pieces. This one can't be saved. He's been smashed into pieces. He's completely killed by you. The ancient giant was very helpless. Xiao Han did not care so much. Within 10 breaths, he would crush them to his heart's content. Dead or alive. In the end, there was only Zhuge Xing left. At that moment, Zhuge Xing no longer had the demeanor that he used to have when he was in control of the world. He was so scared that he wet his pants and started to cry. No, Xiao Han. Please don't attack me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have joined hands with the great Sun Emperor to deal with you. I was deceived by his flowery words. Xiao Han, please don't attack me. I'll give you the jade token. When we get out, I'll give you a lot of contribution points. Ah. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Han slapped down with his palm and smashed Zhuge Xing into pieces. This caused Zhuge Xing to howl like a pig being slaughtered. It was heart-wrenching. Enough, young man. For opponents have all been crippled by you. I saved 3 of them. The last one was the Seven-Night Devil Lord, but he was smashed into pieces by you. It's inevitable that I'll be reprimanded by my superiors when I return. However, they only have themselves to blame. The ancient giant's voice sounded again. Then the talisman rushed forward and swept away Zhuge Xing's broken body. After knocking back the 4 people, the time limit for Xiao Han's Azure Dragon transformation was up. The 300-meter-long Azure Dragon twitched non-stop in the sky. Waves of ripples wrapped around the Azure Dragon's huge body, and a multicolored light washed over it. At the next moment, bang, Xiao Han transformed from the Azure Dragon back to his human form. He fell from the sky and smashed a pit on the ground. He was motionless. The battle ended in a short period of time, causing the space to return to peace. Just now, the reason why Xiao Han was able to crush the 4 veteran heroes in such a dominating manner was partly because of his sudden transformation. which caused the 4 veteran heroes to be so shocked that they lost their wits and were unable to put up any effective resistance. If they were to face the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, they would still end up being annihilated, but they would at least be able to put up some resistance. Furthermore, Xiao Han was decisive in his attacks. As soon as he transformed, he launched a thunderous attack on the 4 veteran heroes. In an instant, he sent the Emperor of the Great Sun flying, so that he could defeat them one by one and end the battle quickly. However, after repelling the 4 experienced evil heroes, Xiao Han's body was now filled with a feeling of being squeezed dry. He felt weak and powerless lying on the ground. Not only did his limbs feel tired, but he also felt a sense of exhaustion in his mind. He felt dizzy and his eyelids were as heavy as lead. He was really sleepy and would definitely fall asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Overdraft. His physical strength, essence, chi, spirit, and even his soul were severely overdrawn. The side effects of using the Azure Dragon possession are not small. Fortunately, my body is strong. If it was an ordinary person who didn't pay attention to the cultivation of his physical body, he would definitely age by dozens of years after using the Azure Dragon possession. He might even dry up and die after using the Azure Dragon possession. However, I can't just fall asleep like this. The competition today isn't over yet. Among the 8 participants, the so-called strongest person, the Talisman Transformation Realm expert, Ing Zhantian, has yet to appear. He must be hiding in the dark, coveting everything and ready to make a move. Huff! Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air and took out a dozen heavenly desolate demon fruits from his storage ring. He fused them into the demon the archpalm on his left arm and quickly replenished his demonic power. Moreover, the heat flow from the indestructible golden body was also rolling around his body, nourishing his tired body. His physical strength was slowly recovering bit by bit. Not far away. It's too exaggerated. Lu Weining was peeking. She stuck out her tongue repeatedly. This Xiao Han actually managed to counterattack and defeat the Great Sun Emperor and the others, completing the counterattack. He has even learned the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique. This is no small matter. However, I don't know if he has enough resources to deal with Ing Zhantian. As for me, I won't compete for this ranking. I can't compete against Xiao Han and Ing Zhantian. I'll just observe silently from the side and see if Xiao Han can create a miracle and have the last laugh. Suddenly, Lu Weining flicked her finger and a stream of true qi turned into the purest water vapor and flicked it towards Xiao Han. Buzz! A dew-like water droplet fell from the sky and fused into Xiao Han's head. In an instant, waves of cool and comfortable pleasure flowed through Xiao Han's limbs, bones, meridians and internal organs. It was like a trickle, moisturizing everything silently. It also nourished Xiao Han's spirit. Moreover, there was a sweet taste in Xiao Han's mouth. It was fragrant as if he had drunk nectar. It allowed his physical strength and spirit to recover by at least 60%. Xiao Han jumped up like a carp and looked around. Who is it? Who is helping me recover my strength? There was no one around. It was dead silent. Xiao Han called out a few times and shook his head slightly. An ancient giant? I don't think so. Could it be her? Senior Lu? Was it you who helped? Xiao Han shouted loudly. Lu Weining's delicate body quietly appeared behind a hill not far away from Xiao Han. She frowned and scolded slightly. You call me senior every time you open your mouth. Damn it! However, Lu Weining did not show herself. Instead, she turned into a stream of water vapor and disappeared without a trace. Xiao Han called out for a while but there was no response. He could only give up immediately. He bent down and picked up a jade token from the ground. Then he strode towards the direction of the 10,000 beast devouring formation. Giant Whale Island. On the peak of the 10,000 Zhang Divine Mountain. The ancient giant sat cross-legged and controlled the whole situation. Even I didn't expect Xiao Han to have such a trick up his sleeves. A high-level demon emperor's natal demonic technique. It is an extremely powerful demonic technique. No wonder he always looked so confident. This achievement is enough to make him proud. However, if he specializes in demonic techniques, he must have reached a bottleneck by now. He is equivalent to a top-notch high-level demon emperor. Then, if he can't mutate and become a mutated demon emperor, his demonic technique and demonic power will be stagnant. However, he is a human. How can he mutate his bloodline like a demon emperor? Xiao Han can't become a mutated demon emperor. I have also observed his bloodline. It is the bloodline of the human race. It seems that Xiao Han will soon find that his demonic technique cultivation has reached its limit. I had a chance to stop Xiao Han from killing the 7 Night Demon Lord just now. Forget it. Who asked them to be so shameless to gang up on a young man? Just take it as a lesson. However, Ingzhan Tian has been dormant for a long time. It seems that he is conserving his energy and is going to make a move at the last moment to snatch the victory of the other participants. This guy is very cunning. I wonder if the young Xiao Han, who is full of tricks, can get past Ingzhan Tian. It seems very difficult now. All of Xiao Han's trump cards have been exposed. He is indeed very strong. However, against an existence of the talisman transformation realm, I'm afraid. Boom! At the place where Xiao Han was fighting against the Great Sun Emperor and the other 3 experienced demon heroes, a golden rainbow descended from 1,000 miles away. In an instant there were tens of thousands of rays of light. Auspicious clouds descended from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. Numerous talisman characters were intertwining. A golden-robed young man with his hands behind his back walked out of the golden streak of light at a moderate speed. His steps were very calm, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. However, his steps were steady, slow and dignified. Suddenly, a huge oppressive force filled the sky and the earth. It made people feel that this golden-robed man's casual walk was like a celestial emperor descending to the world to inspect the rivers and mountains. This man looked to be around 20 or 30 years old. His face was like a crown of jade and the lines of his face were very gentle. His hands were empty, but every move he made was emitting a kind of magic charm that could frighten the soul. It was as if anyone in front of him had to bow down to him. Was Ingzhan Tian. This is really unexpected. I didn't expect that Xiao Han to be so monstrous. He defeated the experienced demon heroes one after another. However, he relied on demonic techniques to defeat the enemy. This is simply a mistake. Ingzhan Tian muttered to himself. 1, 2, 3. Now, adding his own jade token, it means that Xiao Han has at least 6 jade tokens. It's time to make a move. Do you know who I, Ingzhan Tian, am? What is their identity? I don't even bother to look for them one by one and snatch their jade tokens. Now, since the jade tokens are in Xiao Han's hands, I just need to defeat Xiao Han. Once and for all. Moreover, defeating Xiao Han is a very meaningful thing. It makes me feel like I am punishing evil. Master Xiao Han, let me, Ingzhan Tian, deal with you. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Ingzhan Tian's whole body exploded. Runes shuttled back and forth, causing him to disappear in an instant. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Xiao Han trampled on the ground, running like a savage beast in human form. Xiao Han's flesh shell was very strong, as deep as the sea. Coupled with the nourishment of the indestructible golden body and the help of Lu Weining, Xiao Han had swept away his previous weakness. His whole body was full of vigor and energy. He chased after the devouring 10,000 beast formation without stopping. Soon Xiao Han caught up with the devouring 10,000 beast formation that was flying above his head. This formation, what kind of mysterious thing is attracting it and where is it going? Xiao Han's heart was filled with question marks again. However, at this moment, the devouring 10,000 beast formation stopped. Xiao Han's body also stopped. He saw the devouring 10,000 beast formation hovering in the air, spinning continuously. Below it, a stone stele appeared. This was a naturally formed stone stele without any man-made carvings. The stone stele's surface was uneven, crisscrossed with canine teeth, giving off a feeling of simplicity and vicissitudes. However, the strange thing was not this natural stone stele but the stone stele under it. Under this stone stele there was actually a space suppressed. This was a space with a circumference of several tens of zhang. In this space, light was bright and resplendent, and a strong monsoon wind blew. Chaotic air currents were rolling. Indistinctly, one could see some strange phenomena from the chaotic air currents in this space. From inside, Xiao Han saw a desolate primordial ruin. Primordial energy swirled around it, bringing with it a primordial aura. There were many dilapidated and decaying buildings, altars, stone pillars, shrines, temples, and the corpses of primordial beings. It was a ghastly sight. They were like flickering lights and passing shadows, alternating with one another. The air currents in this space give me a feeling, as if this place is the source of the giant whale island. Xiao Han was suddenly seized by an inexplicable thought. This devouring 10,000 beast formation seems to have brought me to the origin of the giant whale island, the land of source. Xiao Han was puzzled. Shockingly. What? Why do I feel that in that strange space there seems to be traces of life? Xiao Han suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He focused his eyes and looked. He saw that above the remnant altar in that space, there was an object that looked like a heart sealed. It was emitting divine might. It gave Xiao Han the aura of an enormous ancient creature. Bang, 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 it was still moving rhythmically. It seemed to still be alive. Puchi, that object that looked like a heart suddenly jumped. Its whole body emitted a dazzling light. It was almost an ancient divine light. The multicolored mist rolled over and over. It revolved and opened, and a mountain-like pressure was forced out. The air rippled like water, causing Xiao Han's body to fiercely lean back. Under this kind of terrifying pressure, he actually had a feeling of suffocation. It was as if he had returned to a period of time in the ancient desolation, facing an ancient divine beast, a creature that he could not contend against. Could this really be? The heart of the giant whale. Xiao Han's mouth was dry. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. On the peak of the ancient divine mountain of the giant whale island. It can't be, right? This little guy actually found it? The ancient giant's countenance changed. He suddenly stood up, his face was filled with astonishment and shock. Even the ancient giants found it was actually found by him? This is going against the heavens. Puchi, Puchi, Puchi. Countless immortal talismans were rolling in the 10,000 devouring beasts formation. The entire formation emitted a vortex-like suction force. The veins of the stars in the universe seemed to be forming, as if it was going to absorb and refine the heart-like object in that space. I can't care so much. Whether it's the heart of the giant whale or not, I'll use the 10,000 devouring beasts formation to refine it first. Xiao Han had made up his mind. However, at this moment, what is this? Such a powerful life force, such an ancient aura. Could this be what the ancient giant said, the essence of the giant whale island, the ancient divine whale's heart? It's very possible. Xiao Han, I have to say your luck really covers the heavens. No wonder you were able to draw such a good lot in the first stage. You actually found the heart of the giant whale. This is also my Yingzhan Tian's luck. The heart of the giant whale belongs to me, Yingzhan Tian. Yingzhan Tian's voice sounded. There was a hint of arrogance in his voice. Extremely arrogant. P.S. This chapter is close to 6,000 words. I'm too lazy to split it into 2 chapters and publish them all at once. I won't update it at night. I'm thinking if I should write this book in a different way. I'll go eat first. Chapter 277. Xiao Han was brought by the 10,000 beast devouring formation to a special space filled with ancient chaotic qi. This place seemed to be the origin of the entire giant whale island. The birthplace. Moreover, he had discovered an ancient relic that nurtured a majestic life force. There was an object that looked like a heart. Above this object, there were vague flickering lights and passing shadows. Endless images appeared. There were mountains and rivers, magnificent scenery, primitive scenery, stars and moon, forests and ravines. Every single one of them was the scenery of this giant whale island. This made Xiao Han deeply suspect that this heart-like object was the giant whale's heart that the ancient giants had mentioned. Therefore, he activated the 10,000 beast devouring formation and directly absorbed and refined it. However, at this moment, Yingzhan Tian appeared. Yingzhan Tian arrived on auspicious clouds. Everywhere he passed, the void collapsed, the cracks were broken, and the light was distorted. His aura was extremely vast, like an abyss, like the sea, like a mountain, like a god. From Yingzhan Tian's body, 62 halos of light bloomed. These halos of light were incomparably deep, outlining the veins of the stars in the universe. Each halo of light emitted billowing true energy. This true energy was as beautiful as a dream, and as it wove together in the void, it formed a rune. This talisman was about 10 feet long and half a foot wide. It emitted a 7-colored brilliance that one could not look at directly. The wind and clouds rolled and howled proudly under the heavens. All kinds of ancient characters intertwined with each other. On the talisman there were many human figures the size of a finger. They were performing martial arts in a myriad of changes, creating a myriad of strange phenomena. Moreover, the aura emitted by this talisman was definitely many times stronger than ordinary true qi. Even the quality of the true qi of an aperture expansion realm expert was too weak in comparison to this talisman. For example, ordinary true qi was equivalent to sand, while the aura of this talisman was equivalent to metal. The difference between the two was too great. This is the Talisman Transformation Realm? Xiao Han's heart stirred. After reaching the Talisman Transformation Realm, the quality of one's true qi is completely different. This Ying Zhantian's body had 62 balls of origin true qi halo. This meant that his true qi cultivation was only at the early stage of the Talisman Transformation Realm. His body had 62 true acupoints that had been opened in his body. 61 true acupoints were converted into true talismans. 62 true acupoints were not very high in the entire Talisman Transformation Realm. But even so, this Ying Zhantian's aura is definitely not something that the great Son of Heaven, the Thousand Sword Prince, the Seven Knights Demon Lord, and the others can compare to. In an instant, Xiao Han deeply understood just how big of a gap there was between the expanded acupoint stage and the Talisman Transformation stage. It was no exaggeration to say that there was a heavenly moat between these two realms. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, if I'm not mistaken, you should have 6 jade tokens on you, right? Ying Zhantian looked deeply at Xiao Han and said slowly, "How about this, you hand over the 6 jade pendants to me with both hands. Then after I put away the giant whale's heart, we'll discuss how to deal with you." Ah. He was heroic and very proud. His tone and attitude had firmly grasped Xiao Han. Xiao Han took a deep breath and focused his mind to calm himself down. He would not panic in the face of a strong opponent. The light of the indestructible golden body surged in all directions. The demonic power in the 93,000 demonic meridians on the palm of his left demon, the arch palm, had been completely replenished. Moreover, Xiao Han was secretly activating the 10,000 devouring beast formation to absorb and refine the giant whale's heart as soon as possible. Everything was proceeding in full swing. Although Ying Zhantian was fierce and domineering, it did not mean that Xiao Han would lay down his arms and surrender. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, it looks like you still want to resist? Ha 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 ha. How foolish. I already know that your greatest reliance is nothing more than a few demonic techniques. However, the true qi divine art that I cultivate is not to be underestimated. You want to put up a desperate struggle? Ha ha ha. Show me your demonic techniques. I'll break them one by one and beat the crap out of you. This Ying Zhantian did not seem to take Xiao Han seriously at all. He was toying and mocking to his heart's content. Xiao Han was silent. At this moment, the 10,000 devouring beast formation was about to absorb the giant whale's heart. This was the most crucial moment. The immortal characters on the 10,000 beasts devouring grand formation twisted. Gradually, beams of obscure light were emitted from the formation. They quietly shot into that space and merged with the chaotic airflow. Then, like flowing mercury, they seeped into the seal of the giant whale's heart in the remnant image of the altar. Ha ha ha. Ying Zhantian was at the peak of his morale. Moreover, he did not believe that Xiao Han had the ability to lay his hands on the giant whale's heart. Everything should be in his pocket. Therefore he only sneered. When he saw Xiao Han lowering his head in silence, he thought that Xiao Han's will had crumbled and he had completely given in. This made him even more complacent. A greedy look appeared in his eyes as he looked at the giant whale's heart. It seems that I, Ying Zhantian, am destined to return to the martial world this time with an overwhelming momentum. Not only will I easily obtain this ranking, I will also be able to obtain the giant whale's heart that even the great figures of the past could not lay their hands on. This seems to be a foregone conclusion that the rise of I, Ying Zhantian, is unstoppable. Alright, let's take this giant whale's heart first. This ant Xiao Han, I'll slowly train and concoct him later. Suddenly, a giant jade-colored hand reached out from Ying Zhantian's natal true qi characters and viciously grabbed at the giant whale's heart that was immersed in the chaotic air currents. Rumble. There were many layers of inscriptions on the surface of the jade-colored hand. In an instant, it reached into the space and tore through the chaotic air currents. With a single swipe, the chaotic air currents in the surroundings caved in and withered. In an instant, the spatial crystal wall was filled with holes. If anyone were to be caught by the jade-colored hand, even if they were an ordinary expanding aperture realm cultivator, they would be severely injured or even torn apart. Giant whale's heart, come to me. Ying Zhantian laughed sinisterly. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's eyes flashed and a bright light shone from them. Rise? Puchi. There was a loud noise. It was earth-shattering. The giant whale's heart that had been sealed in the endless chaotic air currents in that space and within the remnant of the sacrificial altar suddenly shot out. As the giant whale's heart shot out, wisps of ancient aura were uprooted like a whale sucking in water. Every wisp of ancient aura contained a heavy primordial desolate power. Every wisp of it was enough to crush and shatter mountains and fill rivers. At the same time, roar, 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 the roar of the primordial mystical whale resounded from within the giant whale's heart. This roar was simply terrifying. All the chaotic air currents in that space were suddenly thrown into disorder, and misty beams of light went berserk. In an instant that space caved in, collapsed, withered and was obliterated. Moreover, that was not all. Even the space in all directions was constantly shattering, and mushroom clouds were exploding everywhere. The great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts released thousands of threads of suction force that, like a spider's web, immediately captured the giant whale's heart and absorbed it. The giant whale's heart continued to swell and puff, bursting with a terrifying power that could suppress the universe, condense the sun and moon and destroy the 9 provinces. It was desperately trying to break free from the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts. Even Xiao Han's body began to sway. However, Xiao Han gritted his teeth and formed a series of hand seals with both hands. His psyche surged madly into the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts. Devour. Boom! Within the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts, immortal characters began to roll, bursting forth with indistinct immortal hymns that suppressed 10,000 beasts. Finally, the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts firmly bound the giant whale's heart. Just like back in the great desolate heavenly dragon empire, Xiao Han had used this immortal technique to imprison a pure-blooded Swanee and a pure-blooded heavenly dragon. Roar, roar, the giant whale's heart was actually very intelligent. At the last moment, it let out an extremely unwilling and helpless cry. Finally, the giant whale's heart fused into the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts. Within the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts, boundless immortal light, scarlet clouds, mist and immortal characters surged and surged, sweeping and scouring the giant whale's heart as it began to refine it. The giant whale's heart squirmed incessantly, like silk being peeled from a cocoon. Strands of beautiful light were broken down. Xiao Han had used the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts to extract the giant whale's heart. It had happened in the blink of an eye, just as Yingzhan Tian was about to grab hold of the giant whale's heart. Buzz, the jade-like hand grabbed at thin air. Yingzhan Tian was stunned. However, he was indeed a talisman transformation realm expert. He had accumulated a wealth of battle experience throughout his life. In an instant he realized that something was wrong. Xiao Han, you're up to something. Yingzhan Tian could only watch helplessly as Xiao Han snatched the giant whale's heart from his hands. This deeply infuriated Yingzhan Tian. Xiao Han, die for this seat. The jade-like hand slapped at Xiao Han. The speed of this slap was incredibly fast. Like a meteor, the pure qi of the highest quality transformed into a dense array of talismans. They were like towering mountains rolling over and crushing the spatial crystal barrier. Holy light surged like the sea, raging like the tide, and struck at Xiao Han. He did not hold back at all. He wanted to destroy Xiao Han in one blow. Xiao Han had clearly anticipated Yingzhan Tian's rage. With a thought, the great devouring formation of 10,000 beasts fused into Xiao Han's body. The next moment, Puchi, Xiao Han's body was torn apart by the jade-like hand. However, an afterimage? There are demonic qi fluctuations. It's a demonic technique. However, it's really a small trick. At this moment, Xiao Han's movements were illusory. His body dragged out an afterimage and like an aurora, he flashed towards the horizon. You can't escape. Yingzhan Tian roared. The talisman formed of his pure qi suddenly transformed into a terrifying black hand that grabbed at the afterimage that was about to disappear into the horizon. The speed of this grab was even faster than the thoughts of an acupoint expansion realm expert. The power of this grab was enough to crush a star. Puchi. 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 This grab caused a large area of space to collapse. Meteorite fragments flew everywhere, and the heavens and earth shook violently. Moreover, the entire sky was temporarily plunged into darkness. Shio. The afterimage was caught slightly, but it was so slippery that it actually slipped through the fingers of the terrifying hand. The sky regained its brightness. Yingzhan Tian retracted his hand and snorted coldly. He actually managed to escape after activating the demonic technique repeatedly. However, he was also hit by this seat's attack. I'm afraid that his body is already in pieces, right? As long as you are still on this whale island, this seat will be able to find you in an instant. You can't escape. Boom, Ying Tian's body exploded, and the talismans that filled the sky also disappeared. At the peak of Eternal Sacred Mountain, an ancient giant was overseeing this place. At this moment even the ancient giant was moved. This Xiaohan actually snatched food from the tiger's mouth. He forcefully snatched the giant whale's heart from Ying Tian's hands. Incredible, he actually dared to compete with a talisman transformation realm expert for the treasure. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Furthermore, he was able to escape after snatching the heart. Truly incredible, truly incredible. However, Ying Tian's counterattack at the last moment also caused Xiaohan to be severely injured. What should we do now? End the ranking competition? However, the 3 days of competition is far from over. There are still 2 days left. We can't end it now. Otherwise it will be unfair to Ying Tian. Secretly helping Xiaohan to treat his injuries is also impossible. This is also against the rules of the competition. Right now the ancient giant was caught in a dilemma. After pondering for a dozen breaths, the ancient giant nodded to himself. Based on Ying Tian's mental strength, he will definitely be able to find the injured Xiaohan with just a simple scan. At that time, Xiaohan will definitely not be a match for Ying Tian. The moment Ying Tian makes his move, I will appear and prevent Xiaohan from being injured by Ying Tian. This youth Xiaohan must not die. His talent and willpower are rare throughout the ages. However, there is no doubt that Xiaohan will lose to Ying Tian in this competition. Even if he loses, it will be an honorable defeat. After all, Ying Tian is at the Talisman Transformation Realm. Ying Tian flew recklessly in the skies above Giant Whale Island. He was extremely arrogant. His mental strength spread out like a net, seeping into every corner of Giant Whale Island. Ying Tian was an expert at the Talisman Transformation Realm. His mental strength and soul power far surpassed that of an acupoint expansion realm expert. Thus, with a single thought, he could cover 1/3 of Giant Whale Island with his mental strength. Under the coverage of his mental strength, every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, every stone, every bird, beast, insect was under his control. Humph! This seat's mental strength cannot find the giant whale's heart that is hidden so deeply. However, to find a living person and a severely injured one at that, is simply too easy. At most, it will take some time and energy. Ying Tian's face was filled with confidence. Xiaohan, you brat, you have guts. You actually dared to toy with this seat like this. Originally, this seat was in a good mood and was prepared to torture you a little. That would have been it. But now, the evils you brought upon yourself are the hardest to bear. Once this seat finds you, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. However, at this moment, what? This seat's mental strength can no longer sense this Giant Whale Island. It is as if this Giant Whale Island has suddenly entered a special space that prevents this seat's mental strength from prying into it. What is going on? Ying Tian was instantly horrified. He hovered in the air, his face completely lifeless. At the peak of the Eternal Divine Mountain. What is going on? Even this seat's mental strength is completely unable to envelop this island. This island is clearly right in front of this seat, but it is like the moon in the water. This seat can see it but cannot touch it. The Eternal Giant's expression also changed. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. Someone has refined the entire Giant Whale Island. They have seized control of the Giant Whale Island. Who is this? Could it be Xiaohan? Chapter 278. Giant Whale Island. Xiaohan was running wildly. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, Xiaohan had exhausted all the demonic power contained in his 93,000 demonic veins and released like an illusion twice in a row, finally escaping from the enraged Ying Tian. However, Xiaohan had also been hit by the attack. His entire body was covered in injuries, and his skin was covered in ghastly cracks. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaohan's flesh was strong, his qi and blood were vigorous, and he had the indestructible golden body to protect him, his entire body would have been shattered by that attack. However, he was also heavily injured, coughing up blood repeatedly. A talisman transformation realm expert is indeed too powerful. I have never missed when I used like an illusion. I did not expect that I would almost be captured just now. Xiaohan secretly felt lucky. However, Xiaohan understood that he had to find a secret place to hide from Ying Tian's pursuit. At the very least, he had to recover from his injuries first. Xiaohan gathered his remaining strength and ran to a foothill overgrown with flowers and trees. Finally he could not hold on any longer and collapsed. The 10,000 beast engulfing formation rose from Xiaohan's body. Within the formation, streams of immortal qi and scarlet clouds washed over the giant whale's heart. The giant whale's heart spun and rolled, and many images alternately appeared on its surface. Mountains, rivers, primitive scenery, flowers and trees, all of them were the scenery of Giant Whale Island. Xiaohan understood that this giant whale's heart was the source of the entire island. The land of origin. Cough cough. I wonder if the 10,000 beast engulfing formation can refine the giant whale's heart. Xiaohan coughed out another mouthful of blood. He did not dare to think too much and hurriedly activated the indestructible golden body. A tidal wave of heat spread out like a clear stream, nourishing the numerous wounds on Xiaohan's body. Soon, Xiaohan was immersed in an ethereal state where he was indifferent to others and was indifferent to humiliation. Xiaohan opened the 41st true acupoint in the 10 times room of spirit of the Yaoxia pagoda. Naturally, the seals around the demon egg were triggered once again. Among them were the 71st to 80th movements of the indestructible golden body, and the 4th revolution of the 9 revolutions divine technique. As for the 4th revolution of the 9 revolutions divine technique, Xiaohan could only temporarily put it aside due to his low true qi realm. However, the 4th revolution of the 9 revolutions divine technique could allow Xiaohan to store 4 different types of true qi divine techniques at the same time. Once his true qi realm increased, it would be of great use. Now, Xiaohan carefully visualized and practiced the 71st to 80th movement of the indestructible golden body. As Xiaohan visualized, the golden light on the surface of his body became more and more intense, emitting the sound of surging tides. The effect of nourishing his injured body became more and more obvious. However, at this moment, bang, a loud sound. It was like the heart of a giant whale that had been thrown into an oven to be roasted. It suddenly exploded, turning into surging yuan qi and light. The mottled light scattered everywhere and shot into Xiaohan's body like a meteor shower. His body was nourished and strengthened. His flesh and blood were tempered and strengthened. His spirit was stimulated and nurtured. The strength of his flesh and blood shell began to rise steadily, as if there was no end to it. Poo, poo, poo. Moreover, in Xiaohan's body, there was a series of explosion sounds, like the sound of spring thunder. Puffs of blood mist burst out from all of Xiaohan's pores, and he spat out an arrow of blood. However, this blood was not bright red but jet black like congested blood. In this blood, there seemed to be some impurities, as if in Xiaohan's body, there was a deep hidden waste, and even the congested blood and impurities in the bones were forcefully blown out. Ah! Comfortable. So comfortable. The whale's heart has also been refined by my 10,000 beast devouring formation. It has increased my strength. Nourishing. This taste is more nourishing than that of pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded swanni. Imbued with wisdom, cleansing one's body. This feels so good. Xiaohan finally understood what had happened. The whale's heart was a living thing, full of vitality and an ancient desolate aura. As expected, it could be refined by the 10,000 beast devouring formation. It was the same as refining the pure-blooded swanni and the pure-blooded sky dragon. Moreover, the quality of this ancient divine whale's bloodline gene was obviously stronger than the holy beasts reared by the heavenly dragon empire, so the benefits that Xiaohan obtained were much more than refining the pure-blooded swanni and the pure-blooded sky dragon. To his heart's content. The whale's heart was broken down into many beautiful light spots, and they fused into Xiaohan's body like a rain of flowers. A series of crackling sounds burst out, and the impurities in the depths of Xiaohan's body were blasted out, causing every pore and cell of Xiaohan's body to become like a bright star, shining brightly. There was a violent power surging and roaring in them, and waves of energy rushed out from these pore and cells, forming a millstone-like tornado in the air, crushing the air into pieces. 15 million ding. 15. 5 million ding. 16 million ding. 17 million ding. Because Xiaohan's body was comparable to an ancient savage beast's, and his blood and qi were vigorous, and he was diligently practicing the 71st to 80th movement of the indestructible golden body, Xiaohan was able to withstand the violent power that fused into his body. If it were other martial artists who had not refined their body, not only would they not get any benefits but they would also explode. Only a weirdo like Xiaohan, who had an unbelievably strong body, could withstand this power and not be harmed. Gradually, Xiaohan's bloodline began to have traces of an ancient aura. Ancient and great. Xiaohan was completely immersed in the pleasure of increasing his strength. Suddenly, countless images also fused into Xiaohan's body and blood. These images included mountains and rivers, magnificent scenery, boundless stars, primeval forests. All of them were the scenery of the giant whale island. In the next moment, what? Suddenly Xiaohan's body shook. Because he suddenly felt that he actually had a flesh and blood connection with the entire giant whale island, as if he could not be separated. This kind of feeling was extremely mysterious. It was as if every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, every stone, every river and every mountain on the island had established a soul connection with Xiaohan. So strange, it's as if the entire island has become my private property. This. Xiaohan was dumbstruck. He cast his gaze towards a huge rock in the distance. With a slight thought, that huge rock floated in the air. Xiaohan did not use any of his true energy to control that huge rock. It was purely controlled by his mind. The reason why he could use his mind to make the huge rock float in the air was because Xiaohan had the power to control every tiny substance on the giant whale island, even a grain of sand. Everything on this island belongs to me. Xiaohan was completely confused. After pondering for dozens of breaths, Xiaohan finally thought of a sentence to summarize everything that had happened in front of him. I seem to have refined the entire giant whale island. Suddenly, the images of a few people flashed past Xiaohan's mind. Apart from me, there are 3 other people on this giant whale island. I can see them clearly. Lu Weining is in a valley 387 li away from me. That ancient powerhouse is at the peak of a divine mountain 2,978 li away from me. Yingzhan Tian is in the void 297 li away from me. He is flying from east to west, getting further and further away from me. Heavens, this is really inconceivable. I have a feeling that as long as they're on Colossal Whale Island, then every single one of their actions will be completely unable to escape my eyes, and they'll be completely grasped by me. I can monitor them perfectly, but they are unable to see me. I got it. The giant whale's heart is the origin of this island. If I refine the origin, then it's the same as controlling this island. I have become the island lord. Furthermore, I have an irreplaceable dominion over this island, so they can't even detect me with their spiritual waves. This is great. This is really great. Damn it. What is going on with this giant whale island? Even my spiritual waves are unable to penetrate it. Xiaohan. Where the hell are you hiding, brat? Right now, Yingzhan Tian was practically enraged from embarrassment. However, he was at his wit's end. His spiritual waves were like stones sinking into the ocean, unable to detect the giant whale island. In this way, if he wanted to find Xiaohan on this huge island, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Bang! 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 Everywhere Yingzhan Tian passed, rocks exploded and forests were destroyed. He gnashed his teeth in anger and began to destroy Giant Whale Island in order to vent his anger. But Xiaohan, the ranking competition is not over yet. I still have 2 days to find you. You better pray for your own good and don't let me find you. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. I will dig you out even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Bang! 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 The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The sea dried up. At the peak of the divine mountain. I understand. Xiaohan has refined the giant whale's heart and obtained control over this giant whale island. Now, even I can't accurately find Xiaohan's aura. He actually did such an earth-shattering thing. Now, everything is out of this seat's control. What a weirdo. He's truly a weirdo rarely seen throughout the ages. From this point of view, it's still unknown who will emerge victorious in the battle between Xiaohan and Yingzhan Tian. Perhaps he really can make a counterattack and defeat an opponent that is completely impossible to defeat. Alright, I will go find Xiaohan personally. At least, I have to control the battle between him and Yingzhan Tian. Otherwise, if they encounter each other, I'm not sure who will die. It is not a big deal if Yingzhan Tian falls. At most, I will be punished to face the wall for a few years. If Xiaohan dies in such a dubious manner, even if the higher-ups do not punish me, I will not be able to absolve myself from the blame. The ancient giant stood up, his sleeves fluttering as if he was flying. With a flash, he left the eternal divine mountain. 1 day and 1 night later. On the bank of a meandering stream heading east. Xiaohan stood up. He slightly moved his muscles and bones. Terrifying sounds of stars disintegrating resounded in all directions. The heart of the giant whale has been perfectly refined by me. Not a single drop is left. I have also practiced the 71 to 80 movements of the indestructible golden body thoroughly. Xiao Han's entire body was enshrouded in a dazzling light. At this moment, there seemed to be a cosmic storm rolling in Xiao Han's eyes. With a slight glare, the wind and clouds would surge, sand and stones would fly, and mountains would be torn apart. His aura was like a dragon. A slight movement of his seemed to contain a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Xiao Han casually grabbed with his hand. A lump of air was forcibly frozen in his hand. With a slight squeeze, it exploded. He casually stood there, but there was a kind of imposing manner that could uproot the earth and support the heavens. The light in all directions was distorted, and the space slightly collapsed. Right now, Xiao Han could blow out a breath that could collapse a small mountain. His whole body was rolling with the conviction of victory. I'm afraid no one would have thought that the strength of my body, Xiao Han, has already reached 50 million cauldrons. Ah! Ingzhan Tian, you have been looking for me everywhere. Today I will fight you. Chapter 279. Xiao Han had a sturdy foundation in his flesh shell. His qi and blood were so vigorous that they could rival ancient desolate beasts. As a result, refining the giant whale's heart went smoothly without any hiccups. In just a day and a night, he had completely refined the giant whale's heart. The strength of his flesh shell had skyrocketed from 14 million cauldrons to 50 million cauldrons. This kind of flesh shell strength appeared on a human youth with an ordinary bloodline. It could indeed be said to be world-shocking and unparalleled since ancient times. Now Xiao Han gave off the feeling of a god just by standing there casually. His breath was like a cosmic storm, sweeping through the sun, moon, and stars. As he walked, his body pressed down on the air, causing light to distort. He was like a humanoid Ho with an intimidating presence. Divine light shot out of his eyes, piercing through the clouds and mist like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, after Xiao Han had practiced the 71st to 80th movement of the indestructible golden body to perfection, not only did his defense and endurance increase, but he could also reflect 30% of the enemy's attack back to him when he was under attack. This was no trivial matter. The 93,000 dried-up demon veins on Zhuobing Emperor's palm had been perfectly replenished by Xiao Han using the heavenly desolate demon fruit. It could be said that Xiao Han was in his peak condition right now. His aura was overwhelming, his energy brimming, and his battle intent was rampant. It's time to fight Ingzhan Tian? Xiao Han smiled. In the next moment, Xiao Han used the spirit turtle's true qi to seal up his qi, blood, and the power of his flesh shell slightly. His presence immediately returned to its normal state, making him seem harmless. Strands of icy true qi shot out from Xiao Han's body, turning into a roaring ice soul dragon. In every direction, the world was freezing cold. Xiao Han leapt onto the dragon's head and flew east with a thought. Xiao Han knew Ingzhan Tian's current location on Giant Whale Island extremely well. Without wasting any time, he directly flew over. He was going to fight Ingzhan Tian one last time. Bang! Ingzhan Tian was utterly exasperated. He grabbed with his right hand, and a stone mountain several dozen meters tall crumbled like tofu. Rubble shot out in all directions like it was made of tofu, leaving the ground riddled with holes. Ingzhan Tian was both shocked and angry. He had already searched the island for a day and a night without rest. He had practically turned the entire Giant Whale Island upside down and dug 3 feet into the ground, but he still hadn't found Xiao Han. This made Ingzhan Tian wonder if Xiao Han had already left Giant Whale Island. He did not know that Xiao Han could accurately grasp his position. Every time he got close to Xiao Han could easily avoid him. Ingzhan Tian had returned to the martial world. He wanted to use the ranking challenge tournament to re-establish his prestige and announce to the monster warrior world that he, Ingzhan Tian, had returned. A strong return. He had always prided himself on being an invincible hero who could easily suppress the other participants and make them obey his orders. However, he had never imagined that he would be defeated by a rookie like Xiao Han. Not only did Xiao Han possess 6 jade medallions, but he had also snatched the giant whale's heart right in front of Ingzhan Tian. If the competition ended like this, the one who would be in the limelight would be Xiao Han, not Ingzhan Tian. Moreover, frankly speaking, Ingzhan Tian had been utterly defeated. This was something that Ingzhan Tian could not accept. Damn it. There is only 1 day left before the ranking challenge tournament ends. I, Ingzhan Tian, have made a strong comeback and boasted everywhere that I would be the absolute expert in this ranking challenge tournament, perfectly controlling everything. However, this little bastard Xiaohan has actually stolen the limelight and forced me to return in low spirits. This has truly caused me to lose all my face. Xiaohan, where the hell are you? Hurry up and let me find you. I will kill you and obtain your jade medallion and the giant whale's heart. I, Ingzhan Tian, am not willing to let things end like this. Ingzhan Tian roared. Could it be that the ancient giant deliberately nurtured Xiaohan and secretly took care of him, conspired with Xiaohan to make a fool out of me? If it wasn't the ancient giant's doing, why can't my spirit wave scan this giant whale island? Damn it. Ancient giant. You are biased towards Xiaohan. You are being unfair. Ingzhan Tian roared furiously. However, it was at this moment that Ingzhan Tian caught a glimpse of a person walking out from behind a mound of earth from the corner of his eye. It was a young man dressed in rags as he strolled out leisurely. His aura was not sharp, but his entire body exuded a unique aura. It was an extremely moving aura, as if all the elegance and grandeur of the world had converged on his body at the same time. Like the clear moonlight under a tranquil stream, like the unmelted ice and snow on a lofty mountain peak, like the gentle breeze in the sky, like the faint singing of early spring, like the first blooming flower. Unruffled. Naturally tranquil. Aloof from worldly affairs. It was Xiaohan. Xiaohan. Ingzhan Tian's eyes widened in an instant as he stared straight at Xiaohan, his face contorted with rage. Good. Xiaohan, you hid like a tortoise. I was just worrying about not being able to find you. I didn't expect you to actually come out. Good, very good. Then, quickly hand over all the jade tokens and the giant whale's heart and then, that's right, even if you hand over everything I will still not let you go. Don't worry, I will not kill you, but I will teach you a painful lesson that you will never forget. Ah. Seeing Xiaohan appear, Ingzhan Tian finally let out a long sigh of relief, his brows relaxing. Moreover, with a slight movement of his body, beams of light imbued with runes shot out, forming a large curtain of light that completely imprisoned the surrounding space. Let's see how you will escape this time. Ingzhan Tian looked at Xiaohan and grinned maliciously. Many sinister expressions were brewing in his eyes, as if he was thinking about how to torture and play with Xiaohan. Xiaohan, you do have some skills. In just one day you have actually recovered from your injuries, Ingzhan Tian mocked. You have many sacred medicines that can bring the dead back to life. But sacred medicines are just sacred medicines. Today I will beat you so hard that it will be useless. Hovering between life and death. You have probably cultivated several demonic techniques, haven't you? Use them all. I will give you time to activate your demonic techniques. Under my eyes you can use any demonic techniques you want. But to no avail. I will make you understand. A higher official can crush others to death. You and I are in the realm of true qi. The gap is too big to be made up for. In this battle, I will make you lose all hope and plant the seeds of failure in the depths of your heart. Ah. After Xiaohan appeared, Ingzhan Tian was no longer anxious. He had the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse, as if he wanted to savor every inch of Xiaohan's trampling. No matter what. If you fight me alone, the ancient giants will not help you. I believe that the ancient giants will not openly side with you and break the rules for you, Xiaohan. As he spoke, Ingzhan Tian could not help but look left and right, as if suspecting that the ancient giants were nearby. Xiaohan was as calm as the bright moon. He just looked at Ingzhan Tian and said nothing. His eyes seemed to be thinking about something. All right. Xiaohan, what else do you have to say? Say it all at once. Wait, even if you want to say it, you won't have the chance. Ah. Ingzhan Tian laughed proudly. Oh. Xiaohan also suddenly laughed. In my true qi realm, I have reached the peak of the 5th level and am about to start expanding meridians. However, expanding meridians requires accumulation. The more accumulation I have, the better the result of the first expansion will be, and the brighter my future will be. I was thinking if I were to personally defeat a symbol transformation realm expert, then wouldn't this accumulation be very strong? Ha! Hearing this, Ingzhan Tian's face contorted, smoke coming out of his 7 orifices as he laughed wildly in anger. Ah! The ignorant are truly fearless. A little ant dares to vainly attempt to defeat me. Xiaohan, you are too arrogant. Your flesh is strong, comparable to an ancient desolate beast, you are proficient in unorthodox demonic techniques, and your true qi cultivation cannot withstand a single blow. You want to rely on these trump cards to vainly attempt to defeat me? Ah! Good, I should teach you a good lesson and let you see the power of the symbol transformation realm. At this moment, such ambition, the voice of the ancient magnate sounded. The next moment, the ancient magnate broke through the clouds and floated in the air, his eyes fixed on Xiao Han and Ingzhan Tian. I have finally found you. Xiao Han, you are a little interesting. He looked at Xiao Han meaningfully. The hidden meaning was, you, kid, have actually refined the giant whale's heart and control the entire giant whale island. You are really interesting. Beside the ancient magnate stood the peerless Lu Weining. Lu Weining smiled slightly. Ingzhan Tian, Xiao Han, Lu Weining has given up on this ranking challenge. I dare not overestimate myself and compete with you. Saying this, she also looked at Xiao Han with interest. The ancient magnate flipped his right hand, and a jade tablet glowed brightly in his hand. This is Lu Weining's jade tablet. Since there's no way to avoid this, then Ingzhan Tian, Xiao Han, the two of you shall fight it out. The winner will win Lu Weining's jade plate. Good. Ingzhan Tian roared. Ancient magnate, as long as you do not interfere, I am confident that I can defeat Xiao Han. Not only will I obtain Lu Weining's jade tablet, but I will also obtain all of Xiao Han's jade tablets as well as the giant whale's heart. They will all be mine. This is a competition between you juniors. I respect my status and won't interfere. Ingzhan Tian, you can rest assured about this, the ancient magnate said indifferently. After a pause, the ancient magnate reminded Xiao Han. Young Xiao Han, it is already very perfect for you to be able to reach this stage in this competition. Your aptitude is rare throughout the ages. What you lack now is foundation and accumulation. Give you time and you will definitely achieve great things. Ingzhan Tian is at the talisman transformation realm and is not to be underestimated. It is not shameful for you to lose to him. Thus, don't be too stubborn. Even if you lose, it will be a glorious defeat. Do you understand what I mean? Ancient magnate, as expected, you still value Xiao Han's talent. Ingzhan Tian's throat emitted a gurgling sound, appearing extremely dissatisfied. Ancient magnate, this junior naturally knows the power of the talisman transformation realm. However, this junior does not wish to admit defeat so easily. How do I know I can't win without fighting? Xiao Han's eyes began to emit a blazing battle intent, radiating brilliance. The ancient magnate was taken aback. He stared at Xiao Han as if he wanted to see through Xiao Han's body. Suddenly the ancient magnate frowned. This is Xiao Han's flesh shell? Something is not right. However, this does not seem to be possible. How could he become so powerful in just one day and one night? Strange. It is very difficult for a mortal to cultivate their body to such a level. Could it be that this seed is mistaken? Take a closer look. I must take a closer look. Xiao Han, if you want to defeat this seed, then come. This seed will not hold back. Ingzhan Tian was already deeply enraged by Xiao Han's words and actions. His aura was like a tidal wave. Countless runes shot out from the pores of his body, rolling and spreading, covering the sky and earth. These runes were refined from true energy, but their quality was who knew how many times stronger than true energy. When the runes formed a true Qi divine skill, it could burst out with a great killing technique that could destroy the world. It could be said that the same true Qi divine skill used by a cave expansion realm martial artist and a talisman transformation realm martial artist were two completely different concepts. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. Vast chaos technique. Vast palm imprint. Ingzhan Tian suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed. Countless runes formed a giant hand that covered the sky. This giant hand was more than 10 mu in size. The runes on its surface twined and shone brightly. Its aura was vast, ancient, and mysterious. With a wave of his hand, resounding and clear sounds of praise resounded in the surroundings and filled the heavens and the earth. These sounds were like morning bells and evening drums, causing one to think deeply, yet also like a sharp warning. But the meaning they conveyed was only a single thing. You'll lose without a doubt. This sound could actually disintegrate one's fighting spirit, and it had the flavor of a mental attack. It was really too powerful. The speed of the vast expanse palm was even faster than the thoughts of an ordinary cave expansion realm cultivator. Furthermore, it was so powerful that it could easily destroy a planet. The 5 fingers of the vast expanse palm were able to shatter the dimensional walls of space. Xiao Han, what demonic techniques do you have? Hurry up and use them. It will be too late if you are too late. You only rely on some despicable demonic techniques to keep up appearances. Without these demonic techniques, you are not even a fart. However, evil cannot triumph over good. Your demonic techniques are like floating clouds in front of this seat's true chi divine skill. Tisk tisk, Eternal Giant Senior, the means of a talisman transformation realm expert are indeed extremely powerful. No cave expansion realm martial artist can stand against the talisman transformation realm martial artist, Lu Weiniang said emotionally. There are no absolutes in this world. Logically speaking, it is indeed impossible for a cave expansion realm martial artist to stand against the talisman transformation realm martial artist. After transforming one's true chi into a talisman, the quality of one's true chi increases by more than 10 times. However, theoretically speaking, it is not impossible for a cave expansion realm martial artist to defeat a talisman transformation realm martial artist. As long as one can expand one's acupoints a few hundred times or even 1,000 times, one's true chi will be as deep as the ocean, and he will be able to stand against a talisman transformation realm martial artist, or even defeat him, the Eternal Giant said after some thought. Expand one's acupoints a few hundred times or even 1,000 times. How is that possible? Lu Weiniang clicked her tongue. Then she exclaimed. Xiao Han is going to lose. Not necessarily, the Eternal Giant said grimly. Just as Ying Zhantian was about to strike Xiao Han dispersed the spirit turtle's true chi, and all the blood, chi and strength in his body were completely released. Bo, 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 bo. Gusts of wind shot out from every cell in Xiao Han's body. His chi was like a dragon piercing through the air. The sound of stars disintegrating rang out endlessly. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire world. The earth trembled. At this moment, Xiao Han's robes fluttered despite the absence of wind. His entire body suddenly became tall, towering, and steep. He covered the sky and the earth, giving off a feeling of invincibility. Demon God descends. Savage beast resurrection. Boom, Xiao Han also slapped out with his palm. 50 million ding of strength, condensed into a single strike. To be continued. Chapter 280. Xiao Han finally met Ying Zhantian face to face, and the fight began without any tricks. There was no trickery, just a direct confrontation. Xiao Han, little ant, die for me. What is this? Ying Zhantian suddenly discovered that Xiao Han's aura had suddenly skyrocketed, and the strength of his flesh shell had increased by several times. His entire body was sizzling, and beams of light shot out, illuminating the world. It was as if Xiao Han had transformed from a mortal into a primordial true Ho in an instant, his power surging violently and unstoppably. Bang! Ying Zhantian's true talisman hand actually clashed head-on with Xiao Han's palm of pure physical strength, standing on equal footing. PFFF. The true talisman hand collapsed, turning into numerous talisman characters that merged back into Ying Zhantian's body. However, his face was now filled with horror and he blurted out. How is this possible? Xiao Han, your flesh shell strength, how did it reach such a level? It's actually on par with my true chi divine art. This is impossible. Back then, when my acupoints were expanded by 45 times, the pure strength of my true chi reached more than 2 million cauldrons. When my true chi was transformed into true talismans, the quality of my true chi was increased by at least 10 times, causing the pure strength of my true chi to reach more than 20 million cauldrons. Coupled with the support of my true chi divine art, a single strike has the power of no less than 560 million cauldrons, enough to destroy mountains and rivers and shock ghosts and gods to death. You actually used your physical body to clash with me and did not fall behind. What bloodline do you have? Are you a human of the great wilderness? Are you from some ancient country in the depths of the great wilderness? It was no wonder that Ying Zhantian was horrified. It had to be known that Ying Zhantian's entire life had been filled with countless people. He had experienced hundreds of battles. He had fought against the demon race. He had fought against the human race, but he had never encountered a monster like Xiao Han, who could contend with his true talismans with just his physical strength. This made no sense at all. Ying Zhantian was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Lu Weiniang, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, also widened her eyes. Disregarding her ladylike demeanor, her mouth opened so wide that a walnut could be stuffed inside. This physical body to resist true talismans? This. Her beautiful face turned pale as she could not believe what was happening in front of her. The Eternal Giant raised his eyebrows, his expression one of shock, gratification, and joy. "All right. Sure enough, it's just as I expected. I didn't see wrongly. It was true." In just a day, the strength of his flesh shell had increased by several folds, reaching around 50 million ding. He wondered if Xiao Han had obtained a fortuitous encounter from the giant whale's heart. It was too shocking. Using pure physical strength to resist the true Qi divine art of the talisman transformation realm. Since ancient times, it was almost unprecedented. Xiao Han. This young man is truly unparalleled since the ancient times. He's no small matter, absolutely no small matter. And at this moment, Xiao Han, after exchanging blows with this Ying Zhantian, I roughly know some things about the talisman transformation realm. Xiao Han's mind was also racing. Most expanding aperture realm cultivators, even those who have expanded their acupoints by several million ding, would find it hard to exceed 10 million ding even with the augmentation of their Jinqi divine art. As for the talisman transformation realm, the quality of their qi would increase, and the pure strength of their qi would be enhanced by the augmentation of their Jinqi divine art, allowing them to burst forth with the power of tens of millions of ding. The two are indeed incomparable. Just take this Ying Zhantian's attack just now. His strength was around 50 million ding, which is about the same as my physical strength. However, Ying Zhantian has opened 62 acupoints and is only at the initial stage of the talisman transformation realm. The higher realm of the talisman transformation realm will definitely produce more than 50 million ding of strength. Xiao Han also had an idea in his heart. At this moment, Ying Zhantian had completely displayed the demeanor of an expert. After a brief moment of shock, he recovered his battle state. However, his heart was still in turmoil and his thoughts were uncertain. Monster. This Xiao Han is a monster in human form. Damn it. I, Ying Zhantian, have been recuperating for 20 years and am about to make a strong comeback, but I actually encountered this hard rock. Am I going to fail miserably? No way. Falling into the hands of a rookie, Ying Zhantian will become a laughing stock. My reputation will be ruined. Moreover, it will create a psychological shadow, which will be extremely detrimental to my future cultivation. I must defeat Xiao Han. Besides, I have already become enemies with Xiao Han in this ranking competition. If I don't defeat him with his speed of growth, he will be able to suppress me in 2 to 3 years. When that time comes, how am I going to turn things around? Kill? Ying Zhantian stared at Xiao Han, the killing intent in his eyes growing stronger and stronger. Talismans surged all over his body like raging flames, like smoke signals. His sleeves fluttered, his hair scattered, and he looked like a demon god as he roared. Xiao Han, this seed has to admit that you are quite a character. You have some luck to be able to fight me head-on with a trashy cultivation of level 5 true qi. However, I will not give you another chance. In my life, I, Ying Zhantian, have roamed the Jianghu, crushing everyone with my strength. When I, Ying Zhantian, was killing demons and making meritorious contributions, you, Xiao Han, were still in your mother's womb. All you have is some heavenly treasures and brute force. What foundation do you have to challenge me? The vast primal chaos technique. Vast heaven-breaking fist. Ying Zhantian activated his aura once more, and a powerful battle intent surged out from his body. The conviction to win surged towards Xiao Han like a surging tide, attempting to put immense psychological pressure on Xiao Han. This was the method of an expert. The magical symbols on Ying Zhantian's body began to burn, and the quality of his true energy rose once more. 62 glowing spheres of true energy burst out of his body, and rumbling sounds could be heard as his true energy revolved. It was earth-shattering. Like thousands of soldiers and horses fighting on the battlefield, their iron hooves trampling over mountains and rivers. In an instant, Ying Zhantian's imposing manner had reached a terrifying state. His whole body suddenly lunged at Xiao Han, his qi locked onto Xiao Han, and he punched out. When this punch was struck out, the surroundings were boundless and chaotic, and its might was peerless. It was as if the entire world was surging with the power of the fist. The spatial crystal barrier in the sky actually cracked open, and the breathing rhythm of the entire earth seemed to fuse with the power of the fist. This punch was the heavens. This punch was the earth. No one could go against heaven and earth. Otherwise they would suffer the wrath of heaven. The ancient giants who were watching the battle from the sidelines, although they wholeheartedly thought highly of Xiao Han and held him in high esteem, now that they saw Ying Zhantian's punch, they were slightly moved and muttered. This punch. It's quite impressive. It's quite impressive. It has drawn upon the power of heaven and earth. The imposing manner and the power of heaven and earth are in perfect harmony, causing Xiao Han to be pushed aside and become superfluous. He cannot be tolerated by the heavens, the earth, or even the ends of the earth. There is no place for him to stand, and he is not tolerated by heaven and earth. To be on the monster ranking list. To be ranked in the top 1500 is not an undeserved reputation. They all have amazing skills. Let's see how Xiao Han withstands it. If Xiao Han can withstand this punch, it will be amazing. Now, the ancient giants were also a little nervous. Their spiritual waves enveloped the battlefield, not daring to relax. Once there was a change, he would immediately take action and control the situation. He was very optimistic about Xiao Han and could not let Xiao Han die here. Of course, he would not take action in advance. He wanted to take this opportunity to see how great Xiao Han's potential was. And Lu Weiniang at this moment had already held her breath. Her dainty fists were clenched tightly. What a sharp punch! Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. He knew that this punch from Ying Zhantian was no less than a life-risking punch. It was no small matter. Good. Let me deal with it. If I can defeat this talisman transformation realm opponent with my own hands, I will gain incomparable accumulation. Therefore, once I return to the Monster Hero Pagoda, I can enter the House of Psyche to break through my meridian. I can step into the expanding meridian realm in one step. Let's go all out. Heavenly Demon Investiture. First, Xiao Han drew out all the demonic power contained in his 93,000 demonic veins and struck out an ancient demon talisman that could seal people and ghosts. It directly enveloped Ying Zhantian. Child's play. Ying Zhantian's eyes were bloodshot. His eyes were full of violent battle intent and the conviction to win. His punch, as if possessed by a god, tore the ancient demon talisman apart. Xiao Han's heavenly demon investiture failed to seal Ying Zhantian. However, as I expected, the demonic power contained in my 63,000 demonic veins was enough to seal Thousand Sword Gentleman for a few breaths. But against Ying Zhantian, who is at the talisman transformation realm, even draining all the demonic power contained in my 93,000 demonic veins was not enough to seal him for a moment. This was within my calculations. However, even if I could not seal him, Ying Zhantian had used up about a third of the punch's power in order to break this heavenly demon investiture. Xiao Han's eyes were clear, his mind working at lightning speed. Yes, Ying Zhantian could indeed resolve this sky demon god bestowal, but it was impossible for him to remain unaffected. A third of the power and momentum of his invincible punch had been consumed in the process of resolving sky demon god bestowal. Boom! The next moment, Xiao Han's entire body shone with golden light. His entire aura had transformed into a state of clear skies. Indestructible golden body. Holy song. Bone civilization destroyed. Xiao Han's body moved, taking the initiative to rush at Ying Zhantian. He also punched out. Xiao Han had grasped the timing of this punch very precisely. It happened to be when Heavenly Demon Investiture had worn away a third of Ying Zhantian's punch's power. Before he could replenish it, the previous force had already dissipated, and the subsequent force had yet to follow up. Boom! Xiao Han punched out with all his strength. The winds and clouds surged, the stars shook, and everything shattered. Peng! The two punched each other again. Damn it! Ying Zhantian's body trembled a little as they clashed. Although Xiao Han's Heavenly Demon Investiture had used up a third of Ying Zhantian's punch's power, the remaining two-thirds of the punch's power was exactly the same as Xiao Han's pure flesh strength, 50 million cauldrons. Originally, neither side was able to gain the upper hand in this fight. However, boom! Ying Zhantian suddenly felt that a third of the punch he had thrown at Xiao Han had actually bounced back. This happened so suddenly that Ying Zhantian was caught off guard. Ying Zhantian's body trembled as the power seeped into his body, affecting his internal structure. With a jolt, his internal organs felt as if they were being tossed about. A sharp pain in his bones. Again? Xiao Han was unforgiving, throwing another punch at Ying Zhantian. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Ying Zhantian could no longer retreat and could only take the punch head-on. The two punched each other and they were evenly matched. Unfortunately, Xiao Han had taken the initiative, counterattacking Ying Zhantian in terms of momentum. Furthermore, his indestructible golden body had bounced back 30% of the opponent's attack. This move was too ruthless. After the second punch, Ying Zhantian actually took a big step back. Again? Xiao Han became more courageous as he fought, straightening up and throwing another punch. Pung. The two continued to fight head-on, constantly clashing. Smoke rose from all directions and sonic booms rang out continuously. However, with every punch, Ying Zhantian took a step back. Xiao Han was like a savage beast that did not know fatigue. Every time Ying Zhantian took a step back, he would take a step forward and throw another punch. In just 2 breaths' time, Ying Zhantian had taken 13 steps back. Po, 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 po. Ying Zhantian's clothes burst. He bared his teeth. His eyes widened. At this moment, Lu Weinian covered her mouth and exclaimed, "It's splitting open." Ying Zhantian's body is splitting open inch by inch. What a good Xiao Han, to actually break Ying Zhantian's body. The ancient giant also cried out in shock. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.